Everyone, as promised, we would be back in case there was any severe weather, um, and just getting everything live here. So wait for that. All right. Okay, everybody, we got some folks jumping on now, so let's get into coverage. Jared Smith here, Carolina Weather Group. We have a tornado warning for portions of Caldwell County, North Carolina, just issued by the National Weather Service in Greenville. And you can see we have the typical tight rotation here. Red's going away from the radar, green's going toward the radar. There's your hail product there. This is also producing some hail. This storm is 9 miles south of Blowing Rock, or 8 miles south. Okay, that's interesting. And it's moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So it is south of Blowing Rock right now. So if you are there, you'll want to be seeking shelter immediately. Yadkin Valley. It is very near Blowing Rock. Blowing Rock, you are not in the warning. Let me clarify that real quick. You are not in the warning. This is about. Oh, let me get the updated storm motion on here real quick. Put a little track on this. This is about 15 minutes or so away from Highway 321 between Blowing Rock and Lenoir. So again, if you were driving along Highway 321 between Blowing Rock and Lenoir, you want to be in a safe place right now. You want to be getting off the road, maybe getting into some sort of gas station or something like that. I promise they won't charge you to use the gas station as a tornado shelter. At least they shouldn't. And otherwise, if you are in this area, if your phone just went off, if you're joining us because your phone went off, again, the key is to get into a low line place. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, lowest floor of a site built structure, until we give you the all clear here. This tornado warning goes until 8:30. So again, this is 9 miles south of Blowing Rock. There we have a new tornado warning too. We have another one for Burke and McDowell. So we're gonna bring in Scotty Powell here.
We've got tornado warnings. This is going to be a QLCS quick spin up straight. I'm going to let you do that right quick. I need to get this out on my page to my followers, and then I'll hop on with coverage.
Yeah, that sounds good. So again, now we have a second tornado warning now in effect for Burke and McDowell counties until 8:30. This storm is 7 miles northeast of Marion, near Lake James, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So again, we have two tornadic circulations that we are tracking right now on the Carolina WeatherNet. Two good looking, especially the southern storm here. So two really good looking hook echoes. There's your rotations. One, yep. So there's your crossing McDowell County line into Burke County right now, and the second one solidly in Caldwell County, approaching Highway 321. So again, if you're in any of these areas that we've called out, if your phone just went off, if you got alarms going off on your phone right now, it's telling you to take shelter, go ahead and do that. Lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet. Bathrooms are really good too if you got one of those. So the piping around that helps to act like a roll cage a little bit. So again, get into that safe space. Let's get you all sheltered through for the next 15, 20 minutes or so. This tornado warning, both tornado warnings are going to go until 8:30 p.m. So as you can see, that rotation is now tightened in far western Burke County. Scotty, kind of running parallel to 221 here between Woodlawn and Glen Alpine. Again, moving northeast at 25.
I'm gonna link our live stream here to my post here, and
do it.
I promise I will jump on and
okay, cool.
We'll get it through.
Cool. Wasn't sure where you were with that, so no big deal. No worries there. So again, keeping an eye on this, these areas here. This is I'm gonna hop over another. We're going to keep this radar up for a second, but I'm going to hop over to another source of radar that I have and maybe get you some additional locations. So Table Rock, this is going to, you're going to be in that southern circulation here. Ashford, very close, but you are not in the warning there. The towns of Globe, Patterson, in the Caldwell warning, Globe, Patterson, Upton. You're very much right on top of the mesocyclone right now, and if you're not getting if you're not getting if you're not if you're not getting a tornadic circulation, you very well may be seeing some very large hail right now. We'll go over to the hail product here, and we have a maximum size estimated of about an inch on this. And this had a severe thunderstorm warning on it before the tornado warning was issued. So again, there is also the risk for large hail with this storm as it approaches Highway 321 here. You can kind of see that split S shape here. That's a pretty decent look for a what we look for in a linear thunderstorm producing a tornado. We have that classic hook echo further to the south. In now solidly in Burke County, the circulation has departed McDowell County. However, I will note that there seems to be something trying to spin up just south of Old Fort here. Again, this one is certainly, I mean, oh boy, I wouldn't be shocked if this kept going. That's a really good looking hook echo here.
So Jared, this is going to be coming across Lake James. So if you live up near Lake James, the Three Corners community, this is going to be up near Lake James State Park. This is going to be traveling into the Table Rock community. So if you live near Table Rock Middle School, Lake James State Park, you need to be in your safe place. The new restaurant, if you're joining us from Burke County, I'm sure you're going to know this location. Bones Jones Burgers. This is a brand new restaurant just built on Lake James. This is going to be in that area, triple community. Fire department's up in that area. The three-way supply store is up in that area. It's then going to be traveling across 181 into the Fish Hatchery, Pea Ridge area. That's actually, I've got family that live up there. So I'm hoping you guys are watching as well. If you live up in the Oak Hill community, you need to be in that safe place. Jared, I'm going to let you do radar, and I'll kind of talk about these locations.
Yeah. We have a question real quick. South of I-40, Nebo.
Yeah, so if you're in Nebo south of 40, you are fine, but we're going to have to watch this storm, Jared, just south of Marion. It's starting to get a hook on it as well. So if you're in Nebo, I would, Marion, Nebo, you need to go ahead and be in that safe place. If you're anywhere, let's say from Avery, Watauga, Caldwell, Burke, McDowell, you need to be in your safe space right
That's
now.
a new severe thunderstorm warning for Henderson and Transylvania and Greenville County, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Or what you can hear it right there.
Yeah. These all popped up pretty quickly, and I'm actually looking out in the vicinity of where that storm is. I can see it. And I'm going to tell you, the upper level winds, Jared, that we were talking about earlier are howling right now.
Oh, I believe it.
You can really see the upper level clouds moving pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So again, let's dive into Burke County, then we'll go up to Caldwell County.
All right, let's go to Burke.
If you live in Lake James area, Glen Alpine North, if it's Highway 70 north to Glen Alpine, into the Lake James area, you need to be in your safe place right now. That's the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside. I do not like that signature at all.
No.
This is going to be a very mountainous terrain with these low top storms. I can't discount that there may be something on the ground just because your elevation right there is about 3,000-ish feet. So when your elevation touches your cloud level, it's quicker and easier to get something on the ground there. And that's a big signature right there.
Yeah, this is we just got another update here. The NROT product that the normalized rotation product that we like to use is up to a 1.32 with this cell. And that's pretty impressive. That's a solid rotation. To give you a general idea, the one to the north looks like might be losing definition, maybe because of the radar site that we're at too. Again, we're getting a little bit further away from the radar site at this point. Getting into Caldwell County, it's looking up a little higher in the storm, and as we know, these are somewhat smaller storms. But yeah, that is a very serious looking signature here. If there's one bit of good news right now is that I don't see any sign of debris being lofted, but again, with a rotation, with a signature like this, we could see a tornado basically at any time.
Yeah, so this is getting ready to cross 181. So if you live up my home church, Zion Baptist Church, if you live in that area, you need to be in your safe place right now. You're going to be coming across Highway 181. This is going to be near the Rose Creek, Still Creek Campgrounds, Pea Ridge Road, If you live near Oak Hill Elementary School, you need to be in your safe place. That's the lowest level of your home, preferably a basement or most interior part away from windows. Also, this is going to be crossing over into the Collettsville area pretty soon. Let's go up to that Caldwell County storm.
Yep.
That is quickly racing to the northeast. So this is going to be crossing Highway 321 just south of Blowing Rock. So if you are familiar with that area, this is as soon as you get out of Lenore going into the Blowing Rock area there on 321. Thankfully, it's a very rural, mountainous area. There's not a lot of people that live in that area, but needless to say, if you know anybody traveling maybe from Boone down to the lower elevations this evening, make sure that they know that this warning is in place. This is going to be crossing into the kind of like the Buffalo Cove area as soon as it crosses over 321. Collettsville, you're good with this first storm, but we're going to be watching the second storm that really has that kidney being looked to it, and I don't like that at all.
No.
This is going to be just north of Lake James. So again, if you're Pea Ridge Road, Fish Hatchery Road, I'm trying to think just off the top of my head, you have Worry Crossroads up in that area. You need to be in your safe place right now. And Jared, I'm going to step off camera. I'm just going to look out the window.
Cool.
That is actually, I can visually see it right now. And I don't see anything, but I can really tell that, the upper level winds are really howling into that inflow really being sucked into the storm there. So again, if you live on 181, between 181 and Highway 126, you need to be in your safe place. I see someone saying about Kathy Road. I would be in your safe shelter too, not because of what's going on right now in Burke, but we need to watch that storm over Marion. It's wanting to develop kind of like a hook on it. And that could be triggering a warning too. So if you live in downtown Marion, over towards Greenlee, Pleasant Gardens, Pleasant Grove, up into the Ashford area, you want to go ahead and be in shelter as well, as that storm is getting ready to move through McDowell County. But again, the main storm right now that we're paying attention to is over Burke County, and it's getting ready to cross over interstate or Highway 181. This is on the back edge of Table Rock, so Highway 105 up towards the Whippoorwill Deli. There's you have the Fontaflora Brewery up that way. We have the Fontaflora Trail along the Lake James State Park area. I'm trying to think some other locations, just kind of top of my head. Wolf Pit Road's up in that area. Again, this is going to be crossing that way. So South Mountain Children's Home Institute up in that location as well, that's going to be affected by this storm. So you need to be in shelter right now. Lowest level, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the Caldwell storm is certainly looking a little bit broader, but that could also be a function of the radar beam at that point. Definitely very concerned about this Burke County storm as it continues to exhibit significant rotation. Again, we're still seeing NROD over 1. That's usually pretty significant at that point. Also worth noting, NROD over 1 crossing I-40 close to Marion. So again, this looks like this is trying to tighten up down here too. It's not the most slam dunk of a signature, but when we use this normalized rotation product, which is so great because it kind of cuts through the noise a little bit and shows us where the spin is, you can see that this spin is crossing I-40, approaching Highway 70 and 221, that junction there, heading into McDowell County. This is going to get very close to Marion. There's no warning on it right now, but again, that'd be the kind of storm that I'd want to watch very closely, because it does certainly seem to be showing some signs of trying to get organized. And really, there's a lot of little broad rotations just kind of mixed in everywhere. Also worth noting that we're seeing a ton of lightning out of these thunderstorms. They don't look very impressive on the low cut here, but when I bump the elevation up a little bit, you can really see a lot of hail potentially falling around Cedar Mountain and Hendersonville. So again, damaging winds, the main concern there. But again, we are here for these 2 tornado warned storms. We have a question. Is it heading towards Spruce Pine?
No, Spruce Pine, you're through this right now, unless something develops behind it. Spruce Pine's in the clear.
Yeah, and I would be shocked at this point to see much develop behind it, because we're starting to see those dew points in the 40s begin to filter in behind this line. This line is associated with a cold front. just taking that kind of this kind of further out here. And again, this is not the best representation of the line because it's the single site radar. But you get a general idea of what this looks like. And behind this, we're starting to see dew points in the 40s and 50s filter in, whereas ahead of this, dew points are running in the 60s. So that's going to be that's where your frontal zone is. And so there'll be a transition of air masses after this comes through, and it will end your severe weather threat.
Jared, the NROT product, at least on mine, is showing some stronger rotation back over Marion. So maybe we can get back to that. Asking a question, we got a tornado warning just a few minutes ago. It's confusing who all will be affected. That's a great question. There's 2 tornado warnings out right now. It's for northwestern McDowell County, northern and western Burke County, as well as northwestern Caldwell County. So if you remember back in our winter weather products, when it says northwest McDowell, Burke, Caldwell, or Burke, Caldwell Mountains, Burke, Caldwell, McDowell Mountains, that's the area right now. Now, these storms are moving off to the northeast, but remember the cold front itself is going to be moving west to east. So these are going to develop off of the mountains, and we'll have to see if there's any instability. Jared, we were talking about earlier with these tornado warnings that we were covering. As we get towards sunset, that nocturnal lower level jet kind of kicks up for a little amount of time, and that very well could be what's really helping fuel these rotating storms here along the foothills of McDowell, Burke, and Caldwell County.
I got a different look here. Again, we were talking about the instability here, and we still have a non-zero amount of instability, about 750 joules of CAPE, which is just a nerdy way to say that there's still plenty of energy for the atmosphere to kind of ring out here. And so some of the jet dynamics might be improving as well, especially as we get the front moving closer here. Let me get the MEDARs out, and I want to show you all the difference too.
I'm gonna take this. This is my uncle who lives on Fish Hatchery, who this is going over. So let me see what he's got right here.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. So Scotty's gonna get on the phone real quick. So we'll come back to this, but again, this kind of illustrates what we're seeing. Here's your 60s dew points. Here's your 50s dew points. Here's your front. This is basically your front. When the front is through, you're done. So that is good news. And yes, the whole line is generally moving to the east. But the individual cells are moving northeast. So while Scotty gets a sit rep from his uncle there, we'll come back. We'll come back down here. I'll update you on this strong rotation. It's not warned just yet around Marion. So again, we'll go back to analyst here, and you can see it crossing 221 right now. Again, GSP has not decided to pull the trigger on this one just yet. But it definitely has a look, and it certainly could at any point. Now it's gonna be interesting to see if we extend the tornado warning. There may be Collettsville. If you're watching this from Collettsville right now, I would strongly recommend at this point.
Let me see what's going on.
I would strongly recommend at this point that if you're in Collettsville,
all right, sounds good. Bye.
Go ahead and get to shelter. You are under severe thunderstorm warning here, but I will tell you that rotation is still looking pretty good as the storm in Burke County begins to get towards the end of that polygon and crosses back into southwestern Caldwell County near Collettsville. Second rotation in northern Caldwell, about ready to go into Wilkes, and is going to pass well east of Boone. So Boone, you don't have any worries here, but again, between Wilkes and Watauga, it's about ready to jump in there. Scotty, what did you learn?
Yeah, so a lot of wind up there, but no damage right now. At least that's why my uncle said. He was actually at church. I just mentioned my home church, and they were at church for a meeting, and I said, "Are you in shelter?" And he's like, "No, we're still here in the church." So I told him to stay there until the cell moves out. But Jared, one thing I've noticed back on that cell over McDowell County, the rotation is still there, and actually seeing like a hail core and actually some lightning that is being picked up. And sometimes in these events, when we see these storms start to strengthen, we start to see like an uptick in lightning. Yep. So we'll have to continue to watch that as the storm moves through.
Yeah, I'm going to be shocked if this doesn't get a warning at some point, honestly, just considering the trends here. And again, that's still it's a good looking rotational signature showing up, moving right into Marion right now. in the middle of McDowell County, right crossing 221, probably as we speak. That's certainly a good looking signature.
I don't know if you have access to this, Jared, but I'm going to pull up the Marion cams. Let me see if we.
Okay. Yeah,
if you
can screen share it here. I don't have all of those. Yeah. I don't have all of that stuff necessarily punched up for me here right now, but
let me. We're going to screen share this right here. This is a look at downtown Marion right now. So.
All right, let's go ahead and take this. Let's go ahead and take this full here. Yeah, so there's your Marion cam.
Yeah, don't see it. It's very windy. You can kind of see the camera shaking.
Is that a shelf cloud?
Right. That looks like a shelf cloud right there. But look back here. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I see that. It's hard to tell.
A lowering. It's a
that
lowering.
Certainly is a lowering. And that's
so I'm visualizing Marion right now. This would actually be where the hook is on radar, because we're kind of looking to the northwest of Marion with this camera angle here, at least on my left. I think where my mouse cursor is at. That lowering there kind of lines up with what the radar is showing there, and that I'm going to be shocked if we don't get a warning off this cell, because the latest radar scan that I've got is really showing that classic hook that we see. So, but Jared, look at that. There's a lowering there. It's right out of camera frame, so I don't know if it's a wall cloud or what, but that
or
needs
if it's
to be
scud.
watched.
Yeah,
scud. Yeah.
It's impossible to tell, but that certainly is certainly, knowing what we know about the atmosphere here. It's certainly. That's certainly suspicious. I think suspicious is a good way to put that. So we'll keep the cams up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take us 3 wide here, and we'll keep the cams up. That kind of stretches that a little bit. I'm sorry, Scotty. So if you want to try and reposition that, we'll keep radar with me up here, and Scotty's going to be down there. So again, that's the Marion storm that we have on camera. The rotation in northern McDowell is about ready to cross out of McDowell and head into Caldwell County. Have no update from the Weather Service yet as far as whether the tornado warning will be extended. Renee Jewell writing in saying that Hickory on 321 by McDonald's, we just lost power. So thank you for that report. And we do have some questions in the chat that we'll get to once we kind of get through some of these tornado warnings for the next, for the next 25 minutes or sooner if they get canceled.
I'm
tornado.
scrolling through my social feed, see if I don't see any damage being reported right now, so that's a good sign.
Good news. Yeah, very good news. Certainly some power outages possible, as as noted there. Again, there's some very strong winds in these storms. Straight line winds are certainly a problem. I'm sure we're going to hear some down trees. No doubt about it. The rotation that was in northern Caldwell is exiting now. The National Weather Service, I think this is where Blacksburg takes over. So Blacksburg has yet to issue.
Let's see that. Yeah, you're right, because Wilkes is where Blacksburg takes over. Right.
So Blacksburg is going to take over here. We'll keep an eye on Blacksburg and see if they decide to extend the tornado warning further up. But there is still a broad rotation headed towards Highway 421 between roughly Laxon and North Wilkesboro. I know that's kind of a wide berth there to show that. So again, this is we'll keep an eye on that. But I would say Yadkin Valley, usually in most cases we'd be giving you kind of an all clear on this thing, but I don't know that we can necessarily do that yet, because the tornado warning circulation that was
here's a new tornado warning coming out for
Burke and Caldwell. So yes, I believe they are reissuing on the Collettsville cell. Yep. It was 10 miles north of Morganton, 4 miles northeast of Table Rock, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Indeed, you heard it there first, folks. Indeed, the Weather Service has extended the tornado warning now into back into Caldwell County. So again, Collettsville, we've been talking about you. We've been talking about you a little bit tonight so far with this cell. We've been keeping an eye on it. You're now under that tornado warning. So again, new tornado warning goes out. Your phones go off. weather radios
And
like Scotty has goes off lowest
I'm
floor
I'm
interior room.
I'm going I'm going to tell you something right now,
Yeah.
folks that live in Collettsville. There is not the best cell reception up there. So if you know someone who has a landline, you may want to give them a call and say, "Hey, there's a tornado warning out for Collettsville," because the cell service up there is very sketchy. So you may not get that wheel, or you may not get that push notification from your weather app sometimes because of the sketchiness of service. But if they do have a landline, they can call it. We have an
No, that's a cancellation. So Caldwell,
cancellation. Okay.
so the warning that was just canceled was where that we just talked about this, where the circulation has left. So that's Yadkin Valley. That the tornado danger for the moment has ended in those locations. But if you're in Yadkin Valley, you're kind of in the line of this next storm that is approaching Collettsville. So we're gonna request that y'all keep a very close eye on this. And if you're in shelter in Yadkin Valley, that's not the worst place to be right now. Just hang out a little bit longer. We'll let you know when this goes. We'll see what Greenville decides to do with this warning in McDowell and Western Burke as well. That Marion storm we were looking at still has some rotation, maybe not looking quite as good, but I mean, everything is spinning. I think that's it certainly seems like everything is spinning right now.
I can tell you from just hearing the wind outside right now, that front is definitely got the wind going. So I'm going to exit off this Marion cam.
Yeah. Real quick, GSP has canceled the warning for Northeast McDowell, Western Burke. So the only tornado warning now on the board is for Collettsville, and that circulation is getting right on top of you at this point. So just got a warning saying to shelter. So we got a question here. Just got a warning saying to shelter in place in Caldwell. Is that the one which was canceled? No, there were two distinct warning polygons in Caldwell. There is a second one now in effect. There is a new one in effect now for a possible tornado approaching Collettsville. We don't have any reports just yet, but again, this is approaching Caldwell, and this is also in northern Burke County. However, it's going to be that circulation is going to be getting out of there here in a matter of a few minutes.
Yeah, that's like the Brown Mountain area of Burke County. So this is mainly this polygon is going to butt up right to Lenoir. In fact, the northern portions of downtown Lenoir in this. So this is a more populated area of Lenoir. So we're going to have to watch that. Jared, you were talking earlier about those kind of right turners. If it gets strong enough, if it does right turn, it's going to go right over Lenoir. So have to monitor that as well. I'm looking through the social feeds, see if I have anything that is of note here. I don't see any damage. I don't see any damage. Just a lot of comments of it's really windy outside, but if that's all it is, that's good news. We'll take wind. We just don't want it to be damaging anything. So again, this storm right now moving into the Collettsville area. And again, I plead with you all, Collettsville area up into Wilson's Creek is not a very cell phone friendly place. There's a lot of areas that you lose service up there. So if you know anyone that lives in that area, you want to give them a shout, call them on the landline. There's a great fire department up there that blasts the sirens for flooding. And I'm sure right now Collegeville Fire Department is probably blasting sirens for this tornado warning. So
and there is a new flash flood warning.
Okay, so now a flash flood warning for this location too. As you can tell, sorry about that, y'all. But I practice what I preach. You want to have a weather radio.
Yep, absolutely. We'll wait for that flash flood warning to come up on the screen here. But again, that's not really the main concern. Obviously, that's a concern, and we're going to get to that. But that's a flash flood warning for portions of Burke and Caldwell until 11. So so there's your flash flood warning. Collettsville, you get this one too. We'll zoom that out real quick. Here's your tornado. Here's your possible tornado. There's tornadic circulation. This green outline here. There's your flash flood warning. Put the reflectivity on. We've had a lot of training of cells here, so that's not totally unexpected. This is a relatively slow moving line, slow moving line here, with a lot of cells kind of repeating on them, and the rain rates are pretty good out of these too. If we go, let me. I'm just going to reset my screen here real quick. Let's take that off, and I will go to. Let's go to QPE 1 hour. So 1 hour rainfall. I want to point this out here while we have a minute to kind of point out. So here is the rainfall. You see, there's your outline for your flash flood warning, and again, just in an hour, estimations of approaching 2 inches in an hour here with this
Jared,
radar estimate.
I'll come off of that as well and say earlier today here at my house, we picked up 1.25 inches from the earlier rainfall. So a decent inch, and then you add what's falling now. That definitely is going to cause some rapid rise in Wilson's Creek, Johns River area. Those are 2 areas that are prone to flooding. So if you live near the Wilson's Creek or the Johns River area, you want to be mindful of rapid rise in the water as this cell moves through.
Yep, absolutely. And we'd be remiss to note that there are also upstream of this, there are severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Trap Hill, Wheelbar, McGrady, Darby, Mulberry, Stone Mountain State Park, Wilkesboro Reservoir. Large hail and damaging winds are possible. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Similar for Boone, although let's see. Let me tilt up real quick and see. I think this might be getting east of you in Boone. So again, Blacksburg was also warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, but I believe that is now all getting away from you up in Boone. So, unclear if there's some. It's also unclear if there's a little attenuation due to terrain or what. So we'll certainly want to keep an eye on that for the Boone area. But I suspect that with your dew points falling into the 50s now, there's going to be a little less of a severe weather concern there. Again, once this line gets through, this is associated with a cold front. This line gets through, your temperatures and your dew points are going to start to drop. So that is good. Scotty, we have a question coming in from Leo Metcalf. Heard one was in, I want to say, I believe that is a typo for Oak Hill. Is that true?
Yeah, so Oak Hill was in that warning about 15 minutes ago in Burke County. The threat now has passed out of Oak Hill. We'll still watch that cell over McDowell County, but it's not as impressive as it was earlier. But now there is an Oak Hill Caldwell County. So if you're talking about Oak Hill Caldwell County, you're good right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what that's for.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that's for, but Oak Hill, Caldwell County. If you're in that Oak Hill in Caldwell County, you don't have a threat right now. That's along the Alexander Caldwell County line, so you're not in any warning. So you should be fine right now, Leo.
Cool.
Looking at this, looking back. The storm that the line, Jared, definitely looks like it's the front moving through with that dew points coming down behind it. So this is going to be pushing off to the east. So even if you live in portions like Hickory, Shelby, Statesville, Charlotte, Morganton, these lines will eventually start to move off the mountains. So we'll have to see how that interaction is with that. And I think we have a South Carolina question, Jared. I'll let you jump to there.
Yeah, we have a couple South Carolina questions. I'm going to get to that right now. Is Anderson and Williamston, South Carolina, in the clear for now? That's a good question. Let's take a look at that. So I would say that I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. I would say you're not. You're still very much this area here. We look at some of the observations. So I've got an observation from the Anderson County Airport. 71 degrees with the dew point of 63. So you definitely have the potential for, you definitely have the juice there. What is key is, the lifting and the dynamics, and it's not quite clear if that is as good in South Carolina. We've noticed that as the storms have been getting into North Carolina, that's where they've been becoming severe. We've had a few strong storms come out of Georgia and into northern South Carolina. A few of these may be capable of producing some small hail and some strong wind gusts, 40 to 50 miles an hour. But for the moment, nothing in South Carolina is severe. There's no severe weather in South Carolina. The severe weather is ongoing in North Carolina. And again, the main concern, the reason why we have broken in here is for this rotational signature that's just between kind of threading the needle now between Collettsville, there it goes, words, and Gamewell. So and this is gonna get, Scotty, this is gonna get close to the Lenore.
Yeah, this is if you're in Lenore and going up 321 like you're going to Boone, so that's more of a populated area. You have your Walmart there, you have Krispy Kreme donuts, Cookout, Chick-fil-A, you have the Belk Shopping Center there. So this is more of a populated area where there's a lot of folks that maybe on a Wednesday night they may be out shopping or something like that. This part of the storm is going to be moving fairly close over that. We have Bo's Fun Complex there. So hopefully people there have got this warning and are taking shelter. So again, this will be going across 321. So if you have any plans or we're planning to head up to the Boone Blowing Rock area, you might want to hold off on that for the next 30 minutes or so and allow these cells to kind of move out of the area because it's very heavy torrential rainfall along with these tornado warning cell here. So again, if you live in Lenore North going towards Blowing Rock, you need to be keeping an eye, have your safe shelter, be in your safe place. And if you live north of Lenore going towards Cedar Rock, Yadkin Valley, need to keep your eye on this because we could see an extension of that warning, Jared. But right now, if you are in Lenore, I hope you're in your safe place right now, especially Lenore to the north going up towards the Blowing Rock Boone area, because that area is where the rotation is passing through. So again, Highway 321 north of Lenore under the gun right now with this warning.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm going to take this back to the regional view real quick because I know that we were talking about some of the rain issues, and again we have rain issues. Certainly the estimates approaching 2 inches an hour from roughly Marion and Woodlawn, really up to looks like the Caldwell border here, so near Yadkin Valley. So again, there's this corridor of rain here. We have a flash flood warning in effect here. This is going to go until 11 o'clock. And that's certainly something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as well. So back to the high res radar, and again, this is another case now where we're going to see where the Weather Service is going to make a decision. I would not be shocked. There's still a rotation here. There's still a signature here. You can still see it's maybe not quite as distinct as it was.
So they're going to go with severe thunder.
No, that's
for
a
Henderson
different
County.
place. Yeah, that's a different spot. Yep. So again, they're going to make a call on this in a few minutes. But again, right now, the greatest tornado danger is going to be very near Lenore as it approaches Highway 321 here in Caldwell County. Yadkin Valley, if you're there right now, I will definitely say that it's not a bad idea to be a couple steps away from shelter, being ready to get in there and hunker down for a little bit as this goes on. So again, we should be getting an update on this tornado warning shortly. The severe thunderstorm warning that Scotty was talking about is for some reason not yet. There it is. This is down here in Pickens and Greenville counties in South Carolina, Henderson and Transylvania counties in North Carolina. So towns of Cleveland, Cedar Mountain, Rosman, just outside of Rosman. Here again, the main concern is large winds and large hail and damaging winds. Large winds and I mean, it's true. Both of it's true technically. Large winds and potentially damaging hail. I mean, that technically is accurate, right? But we do have a pocket of pretty strong winds approaching Highway 178. And there's a little bit of, and again, there's been subtle rotations on a lot of these. The difference, though, in South Carolina is they just not have been extending to the ground at this point. We're not quite seeing that. We're not quite seeing that action. A lot of times these storms are turning severe as they get into North Carolina. So that is, yeah.
So, Jared, looking at this, we've got over 2,000 power outages in the Hickory metro area. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze, so I hope I don't sneeze on air. Battling allergies here, but 2,000 outages in the Catawba County area of Hickory. So Watching that again, they're not in the storm per se, but there's some gusty winds ahead of this line, and that could have created some issues there as well. So we'll watch that. I've seen a report of some outages here in Burke County, but I'm not seeing anything pull up on the Duke Energy map or the North Carolina Emergency Management Power Outage map. So still trying to do some digging around to see about that. But
very possible that those could just be delayed too. I'm sure that they're getting those reports in fast and furious, and if there's one thing I know, people love to have those things be manual. So,
Yes.
so the rotation. A couple things about the rotation that we're tracking with this tornado warning. Collettsville, you are still getting rain, probably getting some thunder and lightning, maybe some thunder and lightning as well. You have some more additional heavy rain moving in from the south, but at this point, the immediate issue with tornadic circulations, tornado issues there, even though the warning is still up, I think you are okay. So we will see, so again, the Burke County, there's still an active warning in Burke County, but if you're in Burke County right now, we don't see any imminent threats from any rotating thunderstorms there. And again, near Lenore for the next 5 minutes or so, you're going to want to, just hunker in. As we still, this is still this is still some decent spin here. Using the normalized rotation product, it's starting to shear out a little bit. We're not quite seeing the, not quite seeing some of the stronger alerts here. So again, Greenville has just canceled the tornado warning in Burke County. They are keeping it. This is an interesting rebox. They are keeping the tornado warning for Collettsville.
But the storm is already out of Collettsville.
Yeah, it's barely out of Caldwell. So I think this may not be long. I don't see anything south of there.
Here we go. Their continuation until 8:45. But again, where the polygon is located, the storm's out of that polygon. So I'm not sure there. Kind of scratching my head a little bit on that one.
Tilting up a little bit, just looking to see, just make sure that we got, again, this is kind of a sheared mesocyclone at this point too. Definitely does not have the look, but also keep in mind that we are getting further and further away from the radar site, and we all know how radars are up here. So something to keep in mind. So again, Collettsville, I still believe you're okay. I'm more concerned right now about places like Cedar Rock, Yadkin Valley. Certainly possible that some hail could be falling in this as well. We have some enhanced reflectivity here. Let me tilt back up a little bit. Yeah, there is maybe a tiny little hail core in that too. So don't be surprised if you get some pea-sized hail. And again, if you have any reports of down trees, power lines, any hail, or hell, if you saw a tornado, I mean, if we would love those reports here in our chat. We were watching chat today very closely. We would love to hear your reports only when it's safe. We don't want you going out and trying to go after these things. The terrain here is impossible. And we want everybody to be very safe through these. So again, it looks like the mesocyclone, the rotating portion of the storm, is exiting Caldwell County, or is at least exiting Lenore. Sorry, that is not exiting Caldwell County. It's kind of in the middle of Caldwell at this point. It's exiting the polygon is what I meant to say.
Yeah, so some of the communities there, not only with Yadkin Valley, but you also have Warrior, Patterson, Happy Valley area along Highway 261. There's like a square, a farm ranch, and like a little restaurant up in that area there on Buffalo Cove Road. So again, Buffalo Cove, Patterson, Warrior, and Happy Valley, as well as Yadkin Valley, all under the gun. And the storm is out of the polygon, but it still has that little appendage hook there.
And we're getting into some purple haze too.
Yeah, we're getting rangering. I'm not sure what Blacksburg. I'm not sure how well the Blacksburg radar would be able to pick that up. But let me.
Yeah, we're in very much of a no man's land when it comes to radar. I'm trying a couple other angles here as well, and it's not great.
No, the Blacksburg radar is still in the range folding area too. So
there's things that they can do to adjust that. So Yeah. What Josh says on YouTube.
Yeah.
We really need a next rat in Central North Carolina. Yeah, we really
Oh,
do.
I will say, emergency management DPS, North Carolina DPS is showing 282 power outages now in Caldwell County. I'm going to go over here to the Duke Energy and see if I can find anything there, but at least 282 from the DPS, North Carolina DPS site of power outages. But again, technically the warning is still out there, but the storm is outside of the warning polygon. So I'm not sure how we treat this, Jared. We're in uncharted territory.
Well, it's not that uncharted. I mean, this happens sometimes and everyone's getting busy, and I'm sure the Weather Service and Green GSP right now is just getting hammered with reports, and we hope that's the case. We hope people are sending the reports into the National Weather Service, and if you have any storm reports that you can share with us, anything like that, please drop that in the chat. We will make sure that we get those reports over to the Weather Service as well. It's super important to us that we are constantly communicating with the National Weather Service and keeping them up to date for their for their warning operations. So we have a question here. We have a couple notes here. North Lenore Gamewell, light rain, no wind at the moment. And I think let me get.
I'm gonna have a tornado watch issued.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah. All right. Yep. That's all right. Cool. Better late than never. So,
I guess.
I'll tell you that might be what GSP was actually dealing with too. Probably coordinating that tornado watch. If I had to guess, we'll have that up in the graphic system shortly. Again, right now heading into Collettsville, there is a warning polygon here. It is very possible that GSP was coordinating a tornado watch. Very possibly coordinating a tornado watch. So
this is going to go until midnight.
Yep, it is. Yep. Let me see if I have the watch outline. I don't have the watch outline just yet. When I have it up on my on my end, or if Scotty beats me to it.
It's going to be Alexander, Burke, Caldwell, Catawba, Cleveland, Gaston, Iredell, Lincoln, and Rutherford for North Carolina. At least that's the western part. Surrey and Stokes as well. Just I'm reading some of these as they come in on Twitter, waiting, like Jared said, waiting for the full-fledged graphic there. It takes a minute or two for those to populate.
Yeah. When I have it,
here it is. There we go.
You got it.
So this is going to be let me go ahead. I can screen share it.
Yeah, share it up real quick. Yeah. Again, we're gonna show this to you. We do not believe at this time that there are any actively tornadic cells. We do have the tornado warning for Collettsville, but clearly there's your watch. There's your tornado watch. We do have a couple questions in the comments. As one's been spotted. We have not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes from this round so far. So
I've got the watch up, Jared, if you want to punch me up there.
Take you full here. Here's your tornado watch.
So you have Polk, Rutherford, Cleveland, Gaston, Lincoln, Catawba, Burke, Caldwell, Alexander, Iredell, Wilkes, Yancey, Surrey, and you ought to know I would forget the last one. That would be Stokes County. Sorry, Stokes. Then we have Stokes, Surrey, Yadkin County, Wilkes, Iredell, Alexander, Caldwell, Burke, Catawba, Lincoln, Gaston, Cleveland, Rutherford, Polk, and I just remembered all the counties here in North Carolina. So I've got my geography down.
There you go. That's good. Perfect. So again, going back to, I'm going to take it wide here real quick. You can see that new tornado watch outline in red here. And you can see this is the line of thunderstorms that's moving in.
Tornado warning canceled, but we already
we knew that. So all right, so the good news is that there are no longer any active tornado warnings on the board. However, we're gonna let's talk quickly about the tornado watch and what to expect. And we do have a couple questions also about some other spots in the Carolinas that I want to try and get to. as we kind of watch this. So again, new tornado watch until midnight for much of North Carolina, kind of east of the mountains at this point in the foothills. That also extends into parts of Virginia. And you can see this line of thunderstorms here, which we've had several tornado warnings, which is why we're here, have been spinning up, spinning down. And so this is continuing to move eastward. Again, we do expect that this severe threat will begin to subside as we get later into the night. And the other thing too is that once this line passes you, your severe threat will come to an end as well. You can see I've got the dew points up on the map here, and you have dew points in the 50s and 40s back here, but within the tornado watch, the dew points are up in the 60s, reaching around 65 in some spots. And again, that is a measure of available moisture. And when you have dew points in the 60s and 65 and even in the 70s, that's pretty good. Like that's a pretty juicy atmosphere that's ready to, that's gonna be more than enough to sustain storms as long as they have the right lift, and that lift is coming along with that cold front. Let's also quickly, we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out still. Quite a decent little hailer here possible north of Pickens in South Carolina. This is right near the South Carolina North Carolina border. This is going to be in lost it. I'll go back to the other radar actually. And we may have something else trying to spin. We may actually have. Let me punch this. Actually, let me punch this up on the high res radar, because again, this is starting to see this begin to start to have a little bit more low level rotation as it crosses into North Carolina. That seems to be the pattern here. So I'm going to want to watch this one very cllosely. And of course, as soon as I start talking about it, it gets performance anxiety and decides to shear out a little bit, which is good. That we would like that. But again, it's just crossed 178. It's going to approach 276. Again, this is getting into the mountains here. And this is about ready to cross out of Pickens County, South Carolina, in a matter of a few minutes.
Yeah, this is as Jared said, as this front moves through, we'll start to see these watches, tornado watch counties at least, start to come off the board. But until then, until midnight, everybody needs to be on guard for the possibility of seeing a tornado. So remember, a tornado watch means conditions are, and that's just seeing you severe thunderstorm warning there for that area is just highlighting, Jared.
Yeah, they've added the tornado possible tag.
Okay. So let's talk about a watch, and then we can cover. I'll throw it to you, Jared, with the radar. A watch means that conditions are favorable. It's kind of like baking a cake or making tacos or whatever. You have all the ingredients there. So that means a watch means everything is in place that we could see one or two storms start to rotate and produce a tornado. A warning means one has been detected on radar, seen via person or spotter. That means you need to take action. So that is why we're on tonight. We had that tornado warning here in the foothills. Jared, now we're watching this severe thunderstorm warning with tornado tag possible in the upstate.
Mm-hmm. I love this note here. I'm gonna just jump in real quick. Fleet on YouTube. No need to freak out, y'all. Just be aware and have a plan. That is chef's kiss. That is exactly the kind of that is exactly what we're looking for folks to have. We have Katie Ford posting here in our YouTube chat as well. In Lenore, me and my daughter are in a basement, just checking in on your phone. Great, thank you for watching us, Katie, so much. Right now, probably okay to come out of that basement for at least the short term. I don't see any rotating storms in your neck of the woods. There's a couple weak areas of rotation still north of Marion, but we've been watching these, and so far they're fairly weak, and we'll just and you guys will be all right. So we got an eye on this. Again, we don't have any active tornado warnings at this time. We do have a new tornado watch we've just spoken about in the foothills of North Carolina. But right now, when we take a look at the big picture here, let me as I actually want to show you the big picture here. I was hoping that the big picture would be loaded there, but in fact it was not. And so again, this line of thunderstorms with the tornado watch, there is a potential for brief spin up tornadoes here. Scotty, we have a question about Wilkes County. And you're on mute somehow.
Yeah, sorry, I had that muted there. Wilkes County, let me see. Where's the question at? I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah,
Western Wilkes. So Western Wilkes, right now, under a severe thunderstorm warning as that cell moved through Caldwell County. But again, no tornado warning. At least you can kind of see those. I don't really see anything that sticks out to me. Again, we're kind of in that range. Mode of
yeah,
velocities where we can't really see much, but wouldn't be surprised to see some very heavy rain there, maybe even some hailstones with that system. Definitely some lightning there, but nothing right now just kind of sticks out, says there's a tornado there. But with these severe thunderstorm warnings, they can produce damage and wind, so you definitely need to be in that safe place because wind is wind.
Yeah, and I will also say for Wilkes County, that we have another storm beginning to enter Wilkes County out of Caldwell here. This is the one that had the tornado warning on it. It is decidedly not looking as, I mean, there's still a bit of a rotation here, but Greenville is not elected to move forward with that. But it does look like it could be capable of producing a little bit of hail. Looking at the hail product here, maybe about a half inch size hail. Possible as the storm gets into Yadkin Valley, out of Yadkin Valley and into southern Wilkes.
I will just say there's the sky is just lighting up with lightning right now. So
Yeah,
starting to see that front really move in. So McDowell County, that front is over you right now. Definitely some heavy rain, some lightning that we are seeing, but that's no tornado look to that. It's more of a line now, Jared. And when we see these lines, that means we kind of go from discrete cell, which is kind of what I call it, what we just had a little bit ago, is kind of like that string of pearls where we could see a line, but you could see those individual cells develop. Now we're really seeing this congeal into a line, and I think we could go from maybe a tornado threat to more of a QLCS spin up type where they can happen really quickly and then dissipate, and as well as a damage and wind threat.
yeah, yeah. And again, the key with these like QLCS style tornadoes is that they can spin up very quickly and spin down very fast. So that's something that we want to be mindful of as we watch the radar throughout the night. And again, this is not exactly the high point of weather radar coverage. This is not NOAA's finest radar coverage area. So and it's just something that we make do with. It's we work with it. So again.
Leo
Scotty?
chiming in with the thunderstorms over Oak Hill. That's the lightning I just saw out my window. So Leo, I can confirm, I can concur with you that I saw the lightning there out the window there. So I can concur with that. So
absolutely.
Jared, what do we want to do? We want to kind of, I know both of you and I have been battling allergy issues. Want to kind of step away for a minute. We'll just kind of monitor.
Yeah, I think at this point, at this point, what we might do is let me. We have another question here, actually, real quick.
Okay.
Let's do that first, and there were a couple other questions way at the top that I wanted to get to as well. So we'll get to those here in a second. And I think what we're going to do, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to leave this stream up because we are scheduled to go at 9. So I'm going to leave this stream up with the radar. Scotty and I will get out of the way. I'm going to leave this stream up with the radar. If we got to break in, we just jump right back in, and it'll be no big deal. I'll put on some music. It'll be like the Weather Channel. So it'll be all good. But we have a question here from Brian Kidder. Do you see the storm cells south of Asheville going through Hickory as the night progresses?
Yeah, Hickory, at some point this evening, we are going to see some storms there. And in fact, that line of storms is moving through McDowell County. So Burke County, Caldwell County, Lenoir, Morganton, down towards Rutherfordton, Forest City, and then Hickory. I would say Hickory within, it's 8:40 right now. I'd say by 10 o'clock, Hickory will probably be seeing some storms move through the area. But right now, fingers crossed, let's hope it stays that way. Nothing severe with these. Just some torrential rainfall, some lightning, some gusty winds, but no tornado warnings and no severe thunderstorm warnings with this line, you have to go all the way back into the upstate of South Carolina for a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, and again, let's hope that let's hope the issuance of the tornado watch has some sort of stabilizing effect. It's like, okay, we got the watch out, and then nothing will happen for the rest of the night. That's how I'd love to see this go down. And again, I'm just kind of going up the list here. I had questions. Question from Kathy here, frequent flyer of the show. What's going to happen Charleston overnight and tomorrow, coastal South Carolina? So again, the severe weather threat for Charleston is very low. There is still a marginal risk as the front gets through overnight into tomorrow. Rain is going to be the story. The cold front is going to take its sweet time getting out of here, and we do look very possibly at some much needed rainfall. I think that's the thing that's the thing that we're really after. We are definitely fighting drought here in the coastal South Carolina. And so anything that we can get to help us with that, I think, is going to be a big help. Getting some stuff loaded here. What I can do is kind of show you some of the model projections for overnight. So I'll go ahead and go to Futurecast here and take that down. And again, we have we can see the model resolving the showers and thunderstorms that have prompted our coverage, really our coverage for tonight, going on in the mountains. It does it and when I get to about midnight or so, they kind of peter out. So there is a little bit of redevelopment in eastern South Carolina at this point, going into about, oh goodness, this is about 6 a.m. Start to see that maybe congeal back a little bit more. We may have some heavy downpours at the coast as we commute tomorrow morning. So that's going to be something that we're going to want to watch. I don't think there's a major flood issue, but again, if we get any training of rain, that could be something that we want to watch. But for now,
Jared,
overall, not too bad. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just we've got not finally not I'm saying it's a good thing, but we do have some tree damage in McDowell County, so that being reported.
Okay, so we're starting to get some reports in, and that's to be expected. I mean, and again, it may take a little bit of time. Sometimes the reports take a little bit of time to come out from these.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm trying to let's see. I'm trying to look if this would this would line up where that tornado warning was located. So.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Absolutely. So at this point, what we're going to do, Scotty and I are going to take a break. I am going to put this in I'm going to put the high resolution radar in a loop. We will have an eye on this, and if you see a red polygon up there, that will get you there. So we're going to rejoin, regardless of whatever severe weather does. We're going to rejoin at 9, and we'll kind of take it from the top there. And if a tornado warning comes out before that, then we'll do that. So for Scotty and Morganton, I'm Jared in Charleston, South Carolina. I know that we got a couple more questions. We're going to get to those in the 9 o'clock hour. You just need a few minutes to take a break, and we're both fighting some allergies right now, so we got to kind of get some water and do that. But we will be back, and stay tuned and be safe, and we will talk to y'all here in a little bit. And good evening, everybody. Jared Smith here with the Carolina Weather Group once again. Back with you. It's 9 o'clock, and what we're going to do is we are about to roll into our next Carolina Weather Group show to kind of go over what's going on here and everything like that. Real quick, just a quick update here. There are no active severe thunderstorm warnings in the Carolinas, so that's a nice thing. We do still have the potential for a few heavy downpours here, and it's worth keeping everything in mind worth keeping everything in mind as I go to the regional here. That we do have a tornado watch in effect for the foothills of North Carolina. This is going to go until midnight here, as we have this line of thunderstorms along a cold front that'll be getting through here in the next little bit. So again, we're going to be joined shortly by James Brierton, and I think I wonder if Frank's coming too. But we're going to get there. Scotty, anything new from your neck of the woods as we get ready for James to come on and listen to this chill?
I was going to say, I just want to keep the music on in the background. I like it. I like the vibes. So. It's
a good vibe. Good vibes on good vibes on a rough night. That's for sure.
Yeah, so we'll say after we took a brief hiatus, I went out to take my dog outside, and the power across the people across the street from me are out of power right now. I have power. We're on two different grids, but the folks across the road are out of power. Some trees down just right down the road here from my house from that earlier storm. So do have some tree damage there, but right now just watching the lightning with this line moving through the foothills now. A lot of lightning and thunder. I don't know how you feel, Jared, about lightning and thunder, but it always is. I hate that we had tornado warnings tonight, but I always I don't know. I always get like this little giddy feeling when the first time I hear thunder and lightning for a season. So, hadn't had thunder and lightning for a while. So it's good to hear a little bit of rumble of thunder and see some lightning. But that's all right.
No, you really got to love it. There's something to be said for what I call sleeping rain. It's, nothing severe, elevated thunder, that long rolling thunder.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff, right?
That is. That's
the good stuff. That's what we like. That long rolling thunder, that couple cloud to cloud, no cloud to ground. Just give me that nice rolling thunder, a good little bit of downpour. It's really great in my studio here, which is upstairs. So hearing that on the roof, that is clutch.
Yes.
Lauren is getting us back on track, though. Updates for Hickory.
So Hickory, we're watching this line of showers and storms move out of the foothills right now. Jared has the radar pulled up there. And so, hey, did you hear that? That was a pretty big rumble of thunder there.
I was wondering what that was. My goodness.
Yeah, that was a pretty big rumble of thunder there. But Hickory, within the hour, you're going to see these showers and thunderstorms right now. Morganton moving into your area. So if you have any kids or pets that are not fans of lightning and thunder and all of that, you may want to watch out because those storms are going to be rolling into the area here shortly. So again, Hickory, in the next hour, expect to see some thunderstorms, but right now everything is below severe limits.
Yep, and hopefully we can keep it that way. Do you think anything severe might happen in Catawba County?
Yeah, same thing for Catawba, Hickory, same place. We're going to watch these thunderstorms move through the area. Right now, everything's below severe criteria. And I think now as we're starting to lose some of that instability as the sun is set, we don't have as much instability work, but we still have some, but not as much. You can't rule out a gusty thunderstorm, but I think right now things are trending in the right direction. We'll just hope that continues. But you're under a tornado watch until midnight, so we got to keep an eye on it until at least then.
Yeah, Scotty, and let's talk a little bit about what do we do? What do people need to have? They're under a tornado watch until midnight. What should people have?
Yeah, so right now you should probably have your phone and make sure that your notifications are turned on. I know it's 9 o'clock. Some folks probably getting ready to head to bed, so just make sure you have those phone notifications turned on. If you've been watching any of our severe weather coverage, you've heard the weather radio go off here at my house several times, so it's always good to have that handy. And just Jared, I think you have one of these. I think we've talked about this before, but kind of like a go bag, just maybe some extra medication, maybe if you have pets, a little treat or something like that. Helmets, just grab that bag and know where your safe place is and hunker down till the threat's over with. But the primary thing right now is just to have ways to receive those warnings and know where you need to be if a warning's issued for your location.
And where is that? Where should people go if a warning is
so
issued for the location?
For me, I have a basement here in Western North Carolina. There's more homes, I think, have basements here than where you live in Charleston, Jared. I'm sure there's some basements but
yeah,
but probably not a lot.
No, and you don't want to be in a basement in Charleston when there's a storm anyway, because you know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to be swimming at the same time. It's like synchronized swimming and tornado like evasion. So yeah, not ideal.
That's right. So lowest level of your home, if you have a basement, that's a great place. But if not, say you live in a two-story home, you'll be on that lowest level. Most interior spot, that could be a closet, a bathroom, something along those lines, a food pantry, maybe a laundry room or something like that. Make sure there's no windows around. That's where you want to be. If you're in a mobile home, it's always good on these severe weather days to make contact with maybe someone who lives in a big site-built structure and just, hey, the weather may get a little hairy this evening. Do you mind if I come hang out till the storms pass? So having a way to get out of a mobile home, manufactured home is a good thing. And if you live in an apartment, same thing. If you're like in a multi-tier building with apartments, you want to make friends with those people who live on the lowest level and say, hey, can we hang out for the afternoon or evening, at least till the severe weather threat passes?
Yep. Absolutely. Probably just heard your I think we see your lightning bolt here. There, but also
you're going to see another one here soon.
Yeah, I want to, as we're about ready to bring James Brierton and Frank Strait into the broadcast here. We still do see a couple areas, the couple kinks in the line here, a couple areas of quick rotation here. That again, those are the kinds of things that we're going to be looking for tonight, for the potential for severe weather. Again, that tornado watch is active until midnight, so we want people to be listening for that, listening for any warnings. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but again, we're going to watch some of these things on the leading edge of the line. All right, so let's bring in Frank Strait and James Brierton into the conversation. Good evening, gentlemen. Just taping another round for us. Busy night.
A very busy night. I'm glad you guys have kicked things off on our regular Wednesday night time slot. I appreciate the chill music. It is helping me calm my anxiety and nerves as we are continuing to watch what's happening right now. I think we just had a comment in chat about active tornado warnings, and there are none here in the Carolinas, although we do have a tornado watch. I'm sure you guys just talked about that, and I'll stop stealing the show. But Frank and I are here to support you, Jared and Scotty, who have been, I should just say this. If you are just now tuning in to like the audio podcast snippet that we're bringing you because we've crossed over into the threshold of the weekly show, those guys have been live for several hours now on the Carolina Weather Net, streaming on YouTube, any place you watch YouTube, providing live weather coverage on this Wednesday, March 23rd. So I don't know where we're going to go from here. The weather gods will decide, but it's good to be back.
I feel like we can maybe joke a little bit now that the severe weather threat for the time being is a little low, but
subject to change. But sure,
subject.
Don't tempt them.
It was good to get the rust off. I mean, we hadn't done this in a while, so it was a little rusty.
Yes. Happy spring, everybody.
Yeah, well, welcome back. So I'm sure we'll be doing this a few more times before spring is over with. So
have we
right
already?
Now, though, we got some lightning, James. I mean,
and we have some flash flood warnings.
Yeah, some flash flood warnings. Yeah,
and those are serious.
Those are.
Yes, indeed.
I see Jared is drawing in that location on the map, and I will let him explain what he's doing here.
Yeah, let me take the taking the watch fill out real quick, and we're going to switch to the 1 hour precipitation estimates. And again, we do have a couple. Whoa, wrong button. We do have a couple flash flood warnings out, including Brevard, North Carolina, Highlands, Rosamond. Here, we've seen about an inch an hour or so. If we go to the 12-hour estimate here, we've seen quite a bit more than that. We've seen about 2 to 3 inches so far today in that area, and that may cause some flash flooding. There, we'll go back up to. We're going to go back up into Caldwell and Burke as well, and this came out while we were in tornado coverage, but we do have a flash flood warning here, including Collettsville, until I want to say it is until 11 o'clock. So this is going to go for another couple hours, but we've also had up to 2.5 inches of rain in this area in a pretty short amount of time. So again, turn around, don't drown. I think that's right. That's the message that we want to draw across for everybody tonight is you do not want to be caught in flood waters if you must drive. This is a good night to stay in. We were talking about sleeping rain. This is a good night to stay in.
Put that weather radio on.
Yeah, get that weather radio on. Keep your phone close and keep it charged. But it's a good night to stay in.
Here's a live look at Greenville, South Carolina, courtesy of the Weather Stem cam there. You can see kind of poor visibility, rain moving in, and watching on radar, lightning, rain, and a little broad rotation coming into northern Greenville County there in South Carolina.
Yep, it's we're going to have there is no tornado watch in South Carolina, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
but certainly something that we want to keep an eye on very closely. Frank's got the radar up right now. Frank, what are you seeing?
Well, I think we're seeing some cells with rotating updrafts here, but in general, they're weaker than they were. Look at what just popped up there. Oh, wait, that was from earlier, so I shouldn't get so excited. That was the earlier severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah,
that was in effect. I don't realize that I have like an hour plus worth of radar imagery I'm looping through here. So thought I saw something new, but no, that's something old. We do have a couple of special weather statements from those cells here. Those are those thin little polygons. Get the latest image going here, and so we do have some special weather statements for what look to be not terribly impressive cells there in northern Pickens and northern Greenville County and over into the Columbus and Mill Spring area of North Carolina in Polk County, which is a former stomping ground of mine from not too long ago. Those cells don't look all that impressive, but you have to keep in mind that now that the Weather Service, the GSP's radar, its lowest tilt is 0.2 degrees, it starts bumping into mountains there, and so you don't get a good view of storms in the mountains. You have to go up to the half-degree tilt or even to the 0.9 degree tilt, and then you can see that the storms are somewhat more impressive, and you see a little bit more yellow and red showing up there, indicating some heavier precipitation, maybe a little small hail mixing in with them as well. Over in Oconee County, we do have a pretty good-looking cell there just east of Walhalla. It looks as though we have some rotation there, some outbound velocity here, right next to some inbound, although it's a broad rotation. It's certainly there with the cell that's producing a good bit of high reflectivity there just east of Walhalla. So that's one we have to keep an eye on. Likely some small hail with that. And there's also a special weather statement out for that cell. That's your thin orange polygon there. That's including a small part of eastern Oconee County and a good bit of Pickens County for some locally gusty wind and at least some small hail possible there.
Looking, just surfing the Twitterverse, reports of a camper in a barn that's been hit by some winds in northwest Pickens County. Not sure the time. I'm just seeing it scroll through Twitter now. So,
and I don't know if you guys saw this report from Larissa on YouTube. Possible tornado damage structural in Ferguson in Wilkes County.
I will say this, Jared. You and I, we covered the storm in South Carolina near Abbeville. We saw the wall cloud. That was very impressive. We saw the funnel cloud earlier in Guilford County. So these storms today had the look to them too as well. I mean, sometimes you get these warnings and you don't really see much to them, but at least during the daylight with the Abbeville tornado warned storm and the Guilford County storm warned storm, we both saw wall clouds or funnel clouds. So some of these some of these damage reports would not surprise me if something happened.
Yeah, that cell that hit Abbeville County earlier, that was an impressive looking supercell. It was all by itself, so it had every bit of instability and shear that the environment could had available to work with there. It didn't have any other cells to get in the way. And I for a time there, I thought I might have seen a little debris signature in there. So it's possible that a tornado touched down in a rural area there. It's something I'm going to have to go back and look at more carefully when time permits. But yeah, that certainly was an impressive cell, and it wouldn't surprise me if a tornado did touch down with that one.
What do you guys think about the tornado watch? I, frankly speaking, thought maybe we had a chance of seeing it earlier in the day, and then I wasn't expecting it to come out at 8:30 at night.
It was too late. I'm just gonna be honest. It was too late. We already had 4 warnings.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice heads up to the people who are still 2 or 3 counties downstream.
Yeah.
But so better late than never. But I was kind of like, when I saw it come in, I kind of went, really? Now we're doing the tornado watch?
Yeah. That's yeah. I have feelings on that.
I kind of thought the trigger was pulled a little late there too, and here's why. Let's look at the SPC mesoanalysis page. We're looking at the mixed layer Cape plot. I'll go back a few hours. Go back 4 hours. You can see there was an area over in Georgia and into the upstate where there was 1,000 joules per kilogram there, which is kind of moderate. If you have enough shear, you got to watch for severe weather for sure. But notice how, as we get closer to the present time and going into the forecast, there's that drops to below 1,000 and in some cases barely above 500 joules per kilogram. So now that the sun set, your instability is starting to go down. There's still tons of shear, so obviously any cell that does develop has to be watched carefully. But it seems to me that the threat overall may be starting to diminish now. But again, you can't let your guard down entirely just because the shear is exactly right for supercells right now.
I thought the day was... Go ahead, Scotty.
I was going to say, the one thing is we actually had a mesoscale discussion issued earlier in the afternoon.
5 o'clock?
Yeah, and it kind of just went unnoticed. Nothing happened from it. And so I thought that would have been the perfect time to get a watch issued, and nothing came from it. And then we had all these warnings pop up.
We had a 40% chance of a watch issuance with that mesoscale discussion, somewhere in that 3-4 o'clock range today.
Yeah, and then no watch issued, and then there were 3 or 4 warnings already. Well, I think we were on our 4th or 5th warning when they finally issued the watch, which, like you said, is good for folks downstream. But I think issuing it around 3 or 4 o'clock today would have been much better than 8:30 tonight.
Yeah, I apologize to the forecasters for busting out laughing when I saw the tornado watchers issued. I actually busted out laughing on stream. Sorry about that, but it was really funny to me. I don't know. It's just been a long day.
On the other hand, we got to put ourselves in the shoes of the forecasters there, and you look back at what's happened over the last few weeks. Slight risk, moderate risk. Well, we had an enhanced once. We had several slight risks and marginals out there. And how many actual severe weather events did we get? Well, not really very many. And so we don't want to keep crying wolf here and start issuing watches when we weren't really sure anything was going to happen in the first place. And to be honest with you, even until that supercell developed in Georgia and moved toward Abbeville County, I was concerned that we had cried wolf yet again.
Well, and that's
when
the other thing I was
about to... had me going, well, hey, it's going to happen.
Right, because when I woke up this morning here in Charlotte at 8 a.m., we had clouds, we had drizzle, and I went, oh, are we in that scenario where we're going to stabilize enough that quote unquote nothing's going to happen? And then we drew into the afternoon hours, and I'm going, sure, we've got some heavy rain out there, but I didn't see anything even start to rotate until we got into that PM drive time, and I went, oh, okay, here we go. And so it's just interesting. I know just last night we were still trying to nail down the timing. It looked like it was speeding up, and now here we are. It's 9:20 in the evening, and we're watching the line come on through with a tornado watch. So it's become a bit of a nocturnal event.
just a
Yeah,
touch.
yeah, and it was the same thing here in Columbia today. I'm driving to work and I'm thinking it's cloudy, it's drizzling a little bit, a little heavier shower here and there, and I'm thinking, if it's doing this, if the clouds don't break at some point in time today, we're not getting any severe weather. But lo and behold, the clouds thinned out. I think we got to 77 or 78 here in Columbia, so it did get warm. The dew points are in the 60s. So that condition was met, but it probably would have been a more significant situation for us to deal with here had we not had as much in the way of clouds and thus more instability.
I'm going to do a quick reset. It's 9:20 on Wednesday, March the 23rd, 2022. And this is live Carolina Weather Group in our normal time slot, but we are in real time watching the radar for a continued threat of severe storms. Can't rule out the chance for some damaging wind, a few tornadoes, and flooding. But we know we just turned on our cross posting for so many of you across the expanded Carolina Weather Group kind of network. And so if you're just joining us right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about. We do have what looks like 2 remaining flash flood warnings that are up right now, but we don't have any storm convective warnings to tell you about. We have a tornado watch for I-77 corridor north of Charlotte until about midnight, keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and again today, today's been kind of a tale of two cities, so to speak. Let me let's kind of recap where we've been. I'm going to switch the view here to show just the radar and just showing where the rain has been and where it has not. So let's take me into the corner. Nobody puts Jared in the corner except myself. But you can see in the flash flood warning area, I'll put the warning polygons back on. I think that's helpful. You can see where the areas where the flash flood warnings are at, where we've had over the last 12 hours up 2 to 3 inches of rain and parts of the mountains and into the foothills here. So necessitating, there's the word, the flash flood warnings here across the rest of North Carolina. Generally about a half inch to a quarter inch in most spots. Charlotte estimated around a half inch. Raleigh estimated not quite there. You can definitely see where the storms have been tracking today. South Carolina, again, we're fighting drought in the coastal South Carolina. The Drought Response Committee for the state met yesterday and has declared incipient drought for the coastal counties. The U.S. Drought Monitor has a moderate drought in place here. We have not gotten much help today. In fact, I got to mention just a few minutes ago on my Twitter account saying that, the garden's crying. But I don't know how your garden's crying when it's not raining. That's the problem. So we got to get a little bit more rain in there. But that is looking like that's going to happen as we get into tomorrow. So let me dial that. Let me dial up the futurecast here and let me roll it back just a little bit. So we got a new run coming in. We got a new high-res rapid refresh run coming in, so we can talk a little bit about tonight and tomorrow. And again, as we go back to about 10 o'clock here, so that's in the next hour. We do see, we see kind of that line of storms, and the rapid refresh is beginning to weaken. It is certainly beginning to weaken these storms as we lose instability. Meanwhile, along the coast, we see a few more showers and thunderstorms potentially firing up, strafing the coast here overnight. And then that front is going to turn alive a little bit. I think we're going to get a little bit of upper air help. And that's going to help kick off a few more showers and storms really across the area. And again, the run's only going out to about 10 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll be back with a little bit more on that a little bit later. But again, talking about, again, looking at that. And then let's go back to, I'm going to just tweak this up real quick. And again, we have this tornado watch until midnight here, right to the west of the I-77 corridor. So Hickory, you're going to be in this for a little bit. North Wilkesboro, Lenoir, still in it. Once this line gets through, it's going to get better. Let me switch to temperatures and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let me turn that off. And we look at the temperatures here: 68 in Statesville, 69 in Hickory, 68 in Lincolnton. But if you look behind the line here, 58, 56 in Boone, 66 in Greenville. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Let's look at the dew points. Dew points measure of the moisture in the atmosphere here, if they would ever load. That is not a. Is that the? No, that is not a dew point. What the heck is going on? All right. Anyway, so you know what I did? Because I was changing the wrong button. There's so
You've
many
been here
buttons.
for a minute, huh?
I've been here for a minute. Yeah, we've been doing this for a minute. All right, so there we go. So I've got the dew points up here now, and again, 63 in Hickory, 63 at Morganton, 62 at Statesville, 62 at Charlotte. That's pretty juicy air. But when we get behind that, when we kind of drag behind that,
guys, get to Pickens County right now. We got a mobile home flipped over. 3 mobile homes flipped over.
Pickens County, South Carolina.
Yeah. All kinds of trees and power lines down.
Uh-oh.
What part of Pickens County?
I'm just listening to Scanner right now. They are setting up a staging.
Lost Valley and come in that way. Chris Wayne, trees and power lines.
Do we know what part of Pickens County?
It said Loves Valley, I believe.
Loves Valley?
There might be something. Something may have happened here because we got.
Mutual aid request, Lost Valley Road, Pickens. Reference weather-related activity, trees down, houses down. Requesting come in from Lost Valley toward Crystal Lane. First down on the crew at this time. Confirming we need to stage at the station or come to the thing.
Look at that.
Jared, did they just put a polygon on that?
Station 2.
No.
I believe you said come to the scene.
Somebody may want to jump in chat.
I'm making some notes
Got
here.
it,
So what you're listening to right now is scanner traffic out of Pickens.
Right. We should probably even explain what that means. We're listening in to the emergency communication of firefighters and first responders. It is raw. It is unconfirmed. The cause of these things are not immediately known, but they are the first eyes and ears on the ground.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, guys, I'm looking at some of the previous radar data. This is right at 9 o'clock. This is just as we were coming back to the broadcast. You can see some pretty strong outbound pixels, some pretty strong inbound pixels, kind of close together, just west of Pickens here.
We now have a tornado warning for Oconee and Pickens until 10:15. At 9:26, the National Weather Service tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 10 miles northeast of Walhalla or near, help me out here, Frank.
Walhalla.
Lake.
Wahala.
Okay, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Jared's got it on the screen. Let's take that full for a moment. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So here's your circulation right here. This if you're in the town of Salem, you're okay, but certainly south of there, this is about ready to cross over into Pickens County. You can see there's your outbounds and your inbounds coming together to form that circulation. Let's go to the circulation product here, and one thing to note here, we have a greater than 1 normalized rotation. Other thing to note is that we do have another weaker circulation south of Walhalla. So that may also be something that's worth taking a look at. But you can see here very clearly on base velocity, that tight little couplet here. Let's go to correlation coefficient. So far, no signs of any debris being lofted, but we're going to want to watch this closely. Good news is that we're actually close to the radar site on this. So we should have a really good understanding of
and Jared, let me ask, because we were just listening to a scanner traffic, firefighters in Pickens County. The one and the same or something different?
That's a good question.
Frank?
Yeah, it looks to me like this is from the scanner traffic we're hearing is from the earlier storm that went by north and west of Pickens. Guys, this polygon covers the same area pretty much.
So we have the potential that we've got responders trying to assess storm damage from Storm A as Storm B is potentially now coming down the tracks,
Correct.
the
Yes.
training behind them.
Right.
Okay. All right. So Scotty's you're going to keep an ear on that, I take it?
Yeah, they're switching to Ops 3, so I'm not sure I'll be able to access that part of the scanner.
Okay.
Looks like they're going back to emergency traffic, so I'm
Yep.
not sure if we'll be able to get much more from that. But
Yep.
Before you were talking, and when I jumped in, I did hear there was at least 3 homes that had sustained some damage with numerous trees and power lines down. So they are doing So I hate to say search and rescue because I'm not sure, but there is a presence of emergency personnel in this vicinity where a potential tornado is hit.
And obviously, Scotty's going to do this anyway, but I'll say for the benefit of the audience, we have access to the National Weather Service chat. So if Scotty's able to discern where this is, he'll make sure the Weather Service is aware of it for their operational purposes.
It's possible that that's been called in and they're here because they hear some of the same traffic in the offices sometimes. So it's certainly possible that's where they're getting that. But yeah, it definitely looks like there's a second round coming. I'm going to back the radar up a little bit. And again, it's something to note here is that there was looks like that there was a, oh boy, you tilt up. I mean, there was a pretty strong mezzo here. This is at a little 847.
It seems like it's been on the ground for a while. They're reporting a line of damage.
Yeah. One of the things that we can do now, I have gotten an upgrade to the radar software recently, and it will help me. And what's great about this is that I can look at the accumulated rotation track, and this right here, this is the new warning. This one is the new warning that's that's coming in here right now. This is the storm that they're tracking right now that has prompted the tornado warning for Pickens. This is the original track. Now that wasn't as, it's not as clear here, but you can definitely see a rotation track here. So that'll be interesting to see.
Jared, I'm asking because I'm not sure, and maybe the audience isn't either. I'm not familiar with this portion of upstate South Carolina as well as I am other areas. So Pickens, we see the city of Pickens on the map.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that is within the county of Pickens.
Yes.
It doesn't always happen that way, but it is in this case.
Yes.
And so the county line, can you outline the county line for us to kind of show us where the line is? Just because again, to your last point about the rotation, we are seeing now at 9:30 a rotation being indicated, but it's just coming into Pickens now. So if there was storm damage previous to that, again, it was seemingly preliminarily something else.
Very close. Yeah, it's certainly possible. Could be that first track that we saw. I've taken the radar data off for a minute. So this is the outline of Pickens County here. This does include the town of Pickens. It also includes 9 times Sunset. Those are the only, and Rocky Bottom towards the very top of the polygon here. You can't see them on the map here. I can see them in another piece of software that I can't project out to here, but we are looking at that as well. We're looking at a couple different sources of radar. It's a tiny rotation. This is
the current one, the live one.
Tiny, this is the one that
we're as little as they come.
yeah, but it's there. And again, and with the tiny ones, those are the ones that those are the ones that are the dangerous ones because I mean that tornadoes are not very wide around, and we can do a little bit of correlation there. Although it looks like it's. Yeah, it looks like it may be dissipating based off of some of these last frames here, but it could cycle up. So if you're on 178 between Rocky Bottom and the town of Pickens, be ready to to pull over for a little bit and get into a safe shelter. So we're going to want people to be watching that closely in those areas. Again, this is a pretty rural part of South Carolina. The radar signature as seemingly as soon as they put the warning out is really deteriorated, and by deteriorated I mean does not quite have that classic look that we're used to, but certainly certainly could be problematic here.
I want to pop up real.
It doesn't have
go
a hook.
ahead.
It has just a blob-like kind of thing here, rather than the kind of hook or pendant that you see with the
blob.
Supercell. But nonetheless, we have the rotation here, and it does look concerning. Looks as though this wants to try to go parallel to the northwestern edge of the polygon there. At least that looks like the rotation's tracking. And 178 looks like it's going to be impacted. South Carolina Highway 11 around the Sunset community could be affected soon as well. So if you're in those areas, that's the area of kind of greatest concern right now, it looks like.
Yeah,
I'm going to pop up a replayed radar for you. Again, this was at 8:50, and what you're going to see is rotation right on through here for what we are preliminarily calling Storm A, and it's where the reds and the greens come together right on in there. And again, this is 8:55. This is 9 o'clock. This is now 9:10, and it exits out to the north and to the east. And that's what Scotty is listening for on real-time communication, because the first responders are out there doing some storm assessment from potential damage associated with what we think is that one, although there may have even been one before it. And now here at real time at about 9:20, we're watching again now a second area of rotation. And as Frank said, just a little bit further to the north than that first one, sliding its way on through Pickens County. But guys, I'll also say as the radar jumps on back, there may have even been one before that at like 8 o'clock. So Pickens County here having a rough go at it for the last hour and a half, it looks like.
I would be interested to see if we can get any camera footage from the Pickens County EM weather stem camera.
I will see. I don't quote
Probably
me.
not.
Don't quote me. I'm not sure that's a live one. Go ahead, Scotty.
I'll say, just listening to that 209 Crystal Lane in Pickens, South Carolina, requesting all emergency personnel for some injuries due to trees falling on homes related to this severe weather event, either it be damage in straight line winds or a tornado. But 209 Crystal Lane in Pickens is the latest information, kind of what I've got. I've got it up on Google Maps, and Jared, it's along Shady Grove Road near Highway 3923. This is going to be probably 3 to 4 miles to the west of Highway 178 out of downtown Pickens.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's gonna. We may want to get some archival data on that. A couple things I want to note is we have a tornado warning that does continue again for Pickens County until 10:15. This is going to approach Kiwi Toxaway State Park around 9:40. So next few minutes, Pickens around 9:50. And as Frank alluded to earlier, also the Sunset community should be very much on guard for this, taking shelter. It's not the best looking rotation here. It's certainly not the most. Developed by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of a blob, but you can still kind of see where that rotation is. There is a second area of rotation that looks a little bit better when you look at the reflectivity.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out.
Yeah.
Jared, is
Yeah.
another cell just northeast of Walhalla. Looks better than
Yep.
the one that's currently warned for. So
Yep.
that's another one we have to keep close watch on.
Yeah.
There's actually a special weather statement out concerning that cell that basically goes over the same areas as the tornado warning.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to want to keep a close eye on that here as well. And again, it sounds like there's been a problem in Pickens County. I think that is abundantly clear. And so I think that has become abundantly obvious, is that there is a problem in Pickens County. We don't know the extent of it yet.
To answer your question, the weather stem camera in Pickens does record video. I'm trying to see if I can play it back. I know you can play back yesterday's sunrise to sunset videos. I don't.
Okay. Oh, let's see what we see tomorrow. It's a decent chance. There's a decent chance that something could be going on out there. But yeah, again, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this velocity, product here, and there's certainly something trying to. This has been a little corridor that's been a little bit busy. We've noticed this has been kind of one of those busier corridors here, and I actually probably should pull out a pen and paper at this point and start trying to analyze that a little bit, see if there might be like a boundary here. We're also very close to the cold front here as well. I think that's the other thing to note. We are close to the cold front, which may be helping to enhance the helicity here.
Well, the other thing I'm thinking as you talk about where the cold front is, this is from west to east, just inside of the Carolinas. So the tornado watch is still actually off to the north and east of this area. Pickens County is not
right
in the tornado watch, I don't believe. So in terms of like how many more hours people need to be weather aware, it is numerous at this point.
Yeah.
We have a lot of runway.
Exactly. The situation, even though we've lost the sun and the surface is cooling down and the instability is less, the problem is that the shear's still there. So any robust updraft that does take advantage of what limited instability we have is going to start rotating, and that's what we're seeing in Oconee County right now and in Pickens County, and also for what it's worth in Northwest Rutherford County. There's another cell that we have to keep an eye on just east of Lake Lure. So you're not taking your eyes off the weather tonight at all. You're going to have that weather radio or your phone set to alert you just in case, because there probably won't be very many cells that do manage to produce enough of a rotation that the Weather Service has to warn on them. But there may well be one or two or three, and you don't want that to happen to you, and you're asleep and not going to be alerted for it. So absolutely, when you go to bed tonight, make sure the phone is set to alert you in the event that a warning's issued for your area.
Scotty? I thought you had something there. I see a comment from somebody watching right now on Carolina WeatherNet. Sorry, guys. Juliet is in Easley, South Carolina, asking, should I be nervous? Easley right now is not in this particular warning, Juliet, but it is, to Frank's last point, still downstream of the cold front. And although we don't see any particular signs that a storm is lining up for your trajectory, it's still good for the next hour or two to be weather aware.
Yep, I think that's the and again, I got the radar up here. You can see that second storm that we were talking about is now into the tornado warning polygon. And honestly, if I were, I would just
if you
keep
didn't know better,
same,
you would think that's why they issued the warning.
Well,
I just keep it.
Notice that warning went for 45 plus minutes.
Yeah,
which feels long, but we get into a whole dilemma here. And folks, this is where we need you to come in. If you know somebody in Pickens County, it may be worth calling them and saying, hey, that warning is still active. And they might say, but the storm passed. Yeah, but there's another one. Because if they don't reissue the warning, the downside to this is that people may not realize the situation's still hot.
Yeah, and it absolutely is hot for everywhere. If you're anywhere north of like 6 Mile, Ariel, home of the famous font.
I'm going to take us back over to that Pickens camera, by the way, as you're watching potential.
Yeah.
So just a little update there. They're warning officials of the next cell moving in. Also, Lost Valley Road seems to be where the primary damage is. That connects with Crystal Lane, what I was talking about earlier. Emergency personnel saying there is an entrapment in at least one home right now on the Lost Valley Road area. So that's kind of the area, Lost Valley Road and Crystal Lane right now.
Yeah. Just what this sounds like. This doesn't sound like, there was major damaging winds. It sounds like we had a tornado touchdown for 100 yards. That's what it sounds like.
They're talking about numerous trees being.
Scotty, when you put that near the mic, it's very loud. No, I know you're trying to relay to us. Yeah. I'm just like constantly trying to grab the volume back down.
Yeah, so, guys, and I think the other thing too, that something that we alluded to earlier is that this is the kind of setup where you may have a storm that spins something up very quickly and then spins down just as fast, and it can be within the radar beam could be on the other side. It could be on the opposite side of that storm when it's doing that, and so. These are the kinds of things that, the technology has improved certainly to get more frequent low level radar scans, but we have to wonder if, this is a situation also where that was an issue. So a couple storms on the board in Pickens County right now. By far the most impressive one, at least from the reflectivity standpoint, is just outside of the Pickens County line. It's south of Salem. And it's going to cross into the Pickens County line in a matter of minutes. This was in Walhalla a little bit ago, and this is going to get into it's going to cross into Pickens County shortly. The storm that was warned for tornado, the tornado warned storm, there is still the very slight surface reflection here. And really, when I tilt up, I don't see much of a circulation anymore. I think that circulation has probably dissipated at this point. Again, that storm is definitely losing. It's definitely, well, at the low cut, it's lost a lot of fidelity. We go up a couple scans. It certainly still is intense, but when I go up, I don't really see much of a. I don't see much of of anything here. But when I do go up, I see, there's a decent mezzo here, guys. There's still like there's
Yes, there is.
and
I want to point out, just a quick aside, this is the only thing that is warned right now. So if you
Yes.
live outside of this area and you're wondering, what about me? We're zeroed in right now because this is the only tornado warning in the Carolinas. Yes, we have a watch. Yes, it goes until midnight. This is the only convective warning right now.
yeah, that is correct. And again, it's getting hard to, and again, the radar data is certainly, noisy. And I think my AWIPS is using a different storm motion vector, actually. So I'm even having a hard time picking out where the rotation is on AWIPS here. But
Here's a question for your radar.
yeah.
Do you have anything on CC if we go back?
Yeah, let's that's a good question. And again, let's do that actually. So do we have
Correlation-
timing like right around here, right?
It's somewhere like 10 to 8.
Yeah,
10 to 9, 850.
Let me dual panel this real quick, guys.
Sure. Sure. We'll
Because
give you a second. Frank, what do you got up here?
Oh, I'm just looking at the VWP hodograph. When Jared mentioned that the stored motion vector might be a little different, I thought I would look it up and see what the VWP stored motion was and plug that in and see if that made the radar look any different than what we had, or at least compare it. So that's why I've got that up. It's just really showing a hodograph that shows the shear, which looks real good in the low levels, but
Yes,
once
it
you
does.
get to about
Yeah.
3,000 feet, it gets all jumbled.
Let's Jared's going to walk us through the CC, and unless something happens, then we'll go to the new mesoscale discussion, which just came in, still processing. So let's first talk about what we're looking at here, Jared.
Yeah, and
Start
again,
at the
this is-
beginning. What is CC?
Yeah, CC. All right. So CC, it is a product called correlation coefficient, and it is a very nerdy, mathy way to say that the things in the beam are either a measure of how alike the targets are in the beam. Where you have this deep red and like deep purple here, not to be confused with the band. That is strongly correlated. The targets in that, the radar targets in that area are uniform. So rain, if it were cold enough for snow, they're one type of meteor, hydrometeor usually. When you start getting into, but when you get into like some of these lower values here, that indicates some sort of mixing. So for example, I can probably tilt up and I bet I can find a melting layer. I'm not really finding one there, but when you start getting into these lower values, it usually means that you're mixing in probably some hail. You're mixing in, maybe some larger droplets. But if you have high reflectivity, which we have over here, co-located with very low correlation coefficient, that can typically be a sign of debris. Now, when I look at this, it is easy to get. It's easy to say, "Oh my goodness, there's a." I'm gonna put a little visual aid on here. There's a CC drop right here, and let me take myself out of the frame for a minute here, so you actually can see the CC drop. But yeah, there's a CC drop right here. But the problem is that there's very little reflectivity here too. If that CC drop correlated with some of this higher, the oranges and the reds, that would be a much greater sign that there was damage. As I go through this, I am not seeing any. Well, wait a second. What's this? Okay, there's your debris signature. There it is, right there.
Okay. And what time is this again,
Very
Jared?
close. This is around 9:57. It's very close. It might just be noise.
8:57?
9:57. 8:57. Sorry, 8:57. I'm still thinking standard time.
I was like, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I'm still on standard time. But I'm looking through here. There's a lowering here. The reflectivity values. I mean, this is questionable, guys. This is really questionable. The other thing that we've got to do, obviously, is correlate it with the area of the
Yeah.
rotation. Now, I mean, it's broad. It's not quite together.
Sure.
But
all right.
here's your hook, right? And if there's going to be any, yeah, guys, I'm going to call this inconclusive. Actually,
And you know what? We'll leave it to the experts. The National Weather Service, I'm speculate, will go out and storm survey this. So that was good to take a look at. It is 9:50 now, and we have an update from the National Weather Service on the tornado warning that is active right now. And Frank, you have it up on your screen, so enlighten us on what you're seeing in the update from the Weather Service.
Okay. Where did my polygon? Oh, it's because I'm not looking at the current time. There we go to the current time, and that
Daylight
makes things a lot
savings.
easier to
Daylight
see.
savings.
Okay. First, this cell up here is what remains of the cell that the tornado warning was issued for. It's almost out of the polygon now. So it doesn't look all that great right now, but as they say in Alabama, we respect the polygon, especially because we have a more impressive cell off to the southwest that also still showing some signs of rotation, although it does not look as good as it did 10 minutes ago. And we still have that tornado warning in effect until 10:15 for the area outlined in my radar. I use purple for tornado warnings, so that's that bright purple polygon you see there. It looks as though this is on a trajectory that will take it to just north of Pickens, kind of in the same area that we were just talking about, where it looks like there might have been some tornado debris. I'll go into a deeper dive on that here in a minute as well to give you what I thought about that. But if this is giving us any problem here, the rotation is kind of down here in the southwest part of the polygon here, due west of Pickens, and kind of moving northeastward that way. So that's going to be the area we have to watch for this particular cell. Also some soaking downpours and maybe some small hail with this one, but it doesn't look all that impressive right now. But nonetheless, it is something we must keep an eye on and watch carefully. Notice a special weather statement was just issued over here, just to the north and west. And at a glance, you look at that and you think, well, what's going on here? There's nothing in that polygon. Well, again, this is a situation where we have to kind of look up at a higher tilt, and you can see there's some more impressive reflectivity up there, some higher rainfall rates, and maybe some hail too. So that's the reason why we're watching that area farther north, including parts of Transylvania County, North Carolina. Now, I did.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, James.
I just realized we have a couple people in chat who said they're joining us from Pickens County, and I realized it's probably been a moment since we've told them what to do. And as you continue to work your way through this bulletin, if you are in this tornado warning, which Frank has in screen here in white polygon, you want to get inside a sturdy structure. You want to get as interior to that sturdy structure as possible and as far down as possible. So if you happen to have a basement, great. Maybe you're built into a hillside. If you don't have a basement, for me, it's getting under the central stairs in our house. So you want to be sturdy structure, as interior and as low as possible. And if you have time to grab something for your head, albeit a helmet, a pillow, something, that would be really good. Sorry, Frank. I just realized it's been a hot second since we gave that hopefully life-saving advice. I'll let you carry on here with the latest on the bulletin.
Yeah, no worries, James, and that's good advice and valuable to do. So we do need to bring that up every now and then for sure. But anyway, taking a closer look at this cell one last time before I go back and look at what happened earlier. Right about here, where I have my cursor, is roughly where the damage occurred from the earlier storm. I guess that was about an hour ago now, and you can see this next storm is moving into that same area. So the folks in that area need to, unfortunately, kind of take shelter again. You've been in this polygon for a while, and this second storm is now moving in. So that's something we have to keep an eye on. Now, I wanted to go back to that earlier event, so I'm going to back things up a little bit here. And let's see, you said it was about 50.
Yeah.
57.
And Frank, while you're looking that up real quick,
So
it's important to note that there may be first responder operations going on right now, where this tornado warned storm is.
Right, exactly. So that's obviously a concerning situation, and we hope that the first responders are aware and ready to take shelter and not get caught off guard by this, along with the people who apparently have their homes damaged. And obviously
Yeah.
now they have to find an alternate shelter. Okay, so this is the 8:57 p.m. scan. Oh wait, no, that's the 8:57 p.m. scan. And again, this didn't have a warning out for it, and it was just kind of a blob. It didn't look all that impressive. But switching over to the velocity, we have a little couplet right there in the same spot that we have a good bit of reflectivity. It's not great and not exactly in the same spot, but now look at the correlation coefficient, and yeah, nearby there's some lowering in an area where we have good reflectivity. Now let's go up to the next tilt, and that's what caught my attention, especially on the following scan here, where we had that. Again, this is roughly the same area where the damage has occurred. You have actually a few pixels here of some pretty good 50 plus dBz reflectivity in the exact same spot. And again, this is the 0.5 degree tilt, not the lowest one. Flipping back and forth, you do have some much considerable lowering of CC there, and that's where your couplet is. As a matter of fact, there's some good gate to gate shear there on these 2 pixels here. That's about 64 knots of gate to gate shear. So my gut feeling is that this is a debris signature. That's what it looks like to me. So I think that we probably did have a tornado touchdown there.
Yeah, very interesting. Lot to unpack. Very active situation still ongoing in Pickens County. Scotty, why don't you introduce our guest here as we continue to watch an active tornado warning for Pickens County, South Carolina. Another 20 minutes until 10:15.
Yeah, so we have Gerald Mingle coming on. Gerald's joining us from Pickens County, South Carolina. Gerald, weather follower in South Carolina, actually getting ready to go to UNC Charlotte to pursue his meteorology degree. And Gerald, thanks for joining us, buddy. I saw your tweet, very first thing that I saw your tweet about the damage, and then we started hearing some scanner reports of some damage in Pickens County. So can you kind of tell us what you've experienced this evening?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. So I was driving actually back up because I was storm chasing this afternoon further south in the state. I was on that Abbeville storm, and I was making my way back up here this evening to come home, of course, because I live in Pickens. And obviously, you could see that the structure of the storm was pretty impressive coming up from the Powdersville side of kind of the upstate. You could see a lot of lightning. And then by the time I got here into Pickens, we kind of had 2 separate storms. We had that first storm that moved through, I guess, maybe an hour ago or so. And that likely dropped a tornado on the northwest side of Pickens towards Reese Mill Road and up towards US 178. I've had friends who reported that their house got hit and had their camper and barn destroyed, as well as damage to their house. Excuse me. Also, obviously, with it being late at night, it's kind of hard to get a full, in-depth view on the damage, so we'll have to wait till the morning for that. We've also had reports of power outages on the 6 Mile side of Pickens County. That could be due to the current storm. I don't know much more about that. I just know friends have also reported having power outages there. So that's all I really know, at least here from Pickens, but definitely damage reported from that first cell that moved through about an hour ago.
Yeah, and it seems like earlier today we had a tornado warning there in Abbeville County, so pretty active scene over upstate South Carolina. But you were talking about some damage to a barn and stuff. Did they give you really any details of how severe the damage was?
Yeah, the most I got out of it, because like I said, it's pretty late at night, so it's kind of hard to tell a full extent. But I was under the impression that at least the roof had been ripped off of the barn and potentially damage to the walls as well. So. Unfortunately, I don't know the extent of how sturdy the barn is as a structure. I'm not sure if it's an old one that's kind of beat up or a newer one, but I was under the impression that the roof had been ripped off of it.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate that report. I mean, you were the first. I was scrolling through Twitter as we were doing just an update, and I saw your report, and then I turned on the weather scanner here, and we saw kind of like the velocity signature, and seemed like everything was kind of going down. So we appreciate your report, and I hope that everybody that you know, their friends and family are safe and not too much damage that took place there.
Yeah. From what I'm aware of, everyone is safe and okay. Just obviously, we'll have to see in the morning the extent of the damage. But I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Gerald, and appreciate you participating. And would love to have you back on sometime. And I know you do some good work down there, and always enjoy following you on Twitter. So appreciate all that you do, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks again, guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right.
So there you go. I mean, there's firsthand what really took place down there tonight. So
yeah, I suspect that's going to get a survey.
Yeah, I would think so too.
Especially once they've done like I've done here and reviewed the radar. Take a look at my screen share here, guys. Looking at a cross section. Let me hit a button here, so something that's in the way. There we go. All right, so I can see what I'm doing. This is the reflectivity across section that goes across northern Pickens County here, and again, there's Pickens right there, just kind of hidden by our thank you. It's right there. Let's switch over to correlation coefficient, and there, in the same area where we have high reflectivity, we have this drop off in correlation coefficient in the cross section up to about 5,000 feet. So I think we probably had debris lofted to at least 5,000 feet.
Oh my God.
Arguably maybe higher than that if you look at a different way and just look at what the beam height is. It may have been as high as 10 or 11,000.
Oh my goodness.
From some of the other stuff I've looked at. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we had a tornado touchdown. I'm pretty sure that's tornado debris.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. We're definitely gonna want to see how that. Just it's gonna be interesting to see what the Weather Service is gonna have to say on that subject when it comes down to the storm surveys. I want to get back to the active tornado warning in Pickens County. There's still a tornado warning here for the next 14 minutes. Still some noisy ish. I mean, if I put the normalized rotation on there, it's not looking tremendously good, but there is still some evidence that there could be some rotation approaching US 178. So again, if you're in places like let me get another map that'll tell me. So for example, if you are in this is going to pass just south of Sunset. It's going to pass just north of Pickens, so it's going to kind of split the uprights between Sunset and Pickens, and again, it's not the best looking signature you will ever see on radar, but it certainly is enough for the Weather Service in Greenville to continue the tornado warning until 10:15 for this area. So again, we've had some questions about Oconee County. Oconee County, you were in the clear. There is no more tornado warning for you. Threat for severe weather, the immediate threat for severe weather there has ended. And in fact, at this point, you may be very close to just being done with this. I think there's one bit of good news for Pickens County here is that this is probably it. As far as bigger storms, as we begin to see the boundary, the frontal zone begin to move in and start to bring the dew points down a little bit more. But again, if there is something going on, if there is any evidence of anything, and I'm really not seeing a whole heck of a lot right now, but there's still a decent velocity couplet. It's okay. It's a little bit noisy here, but there's still something there crossing Highway 178, and we just got another low level cut, so it may take a little time for us to be able to vertically correlate that.
Jared, can you follow that line up? There's a couple other areas. Gosh dang, that was loud in my ear. That was NWS chat there. But if you look going up into Polk and Rutherford County, and then again McDowell
you have a
County,
new tornado warning.
Okay, so that's what I was getting ready to tell you.
In Polk County, yes.
Yeah, I was
just looking at that and thinking, oh, what's the story here?
Yep.
So yeah.
I was looking at. That's why I was wanting you to go up the line. You could start to see that really start to wrap up.
Looks like the rotation is roughly over Tryon right now, and moving toward I-26. If you just crossed or heading south toward the South Carolina state line, there on 26, you don't want to do that. Not that there's any place to turn around on the Saluda grade, or once you get to Landrum, or once you're past Landrum, but Friends in Columbus, you are in the danger zone right now with this cell headed your way. It looks as though you're going to get. It looks as though you're going to see a period of heavy rain, and then the tornado comes in behind that. So yeah, this is a pretty serious situation, and it looks as though the Columbus area, small population center, but a population center nonetheless,
Yeah, I think
is
there's a couple.
going to be affected here.
There's a couple in here. There's
Right?
one
Yeah, there's
north.
another one.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to give me a moment while I send my dad a text message and tell him to hit the dirt.
Yeah. So yeah, and again, I'm tilted up a little bit. So so some of this is again, we're kind of locating this based off of the upper level mesocyclone a little bit, because again, the radar data in this at the lowest tilt is very noisy here. So going up,
don't bother with the lowest tilt of that area. It
Yeah.
doesn't look very well. I can tell you from firsthand experience. Use the
Yeah.
half-degree tilt in Polk County.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using the 1.3 degree tilt.
Yeah,
here.
perhaps even better.
Yeah. This is giving us a really good look at the two circulations there. One between Columbus and Tryon, and one around Mill Springs. So certainly, if you're in these areas, if your phone just went off, get in the lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll let you know when it's safe to come out. So this is the second tornado warning on the board. Here we still have a tornado warning for Pickens County, and this is actually looking a little bit better, guys.
And let's just be mindful, if you're upstream in Rutherford County, and Jared, I also would like, if you don't mind, just shift up to McDowell County.
Yep.
There's another little notch
Oh,
there
yeah.
moving into McDowell into southwestern Burke County.
Yep.
We need to watch that right there. Would not be surprised to see that go warned as well. So upstream, this is the line moving through. If you live in Rutherford, McDowell, Burke, you need to be paying attention to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, these are, so again, it looks like this is starting to. We had a bit of a rest here. Again, these are moving pretty slowly, but I think we're starting to tap into a little bit more unstable air. There's still some instability hanging around, and so we're going to definitely want to watch how that evolves here over the next little bit. There's still about 1,000 joules of mixed layer Cape, according to Earth. I mean, Frank, you've been looking at the mesoscale analysis page, which is far more reliable.
Yeah, but yeah, it shows less, but still enough. Going to rely on some local knowledge here. I'm going to play James Spann for a minute here. It looks like the most dangerous part of the cell is going by south of Columbus. You're getting heavy rain, maybe some small hail in Columbus, but the spin. The area of circulation is going by just south of there. Those of you around the Foothills Humane Society, north from there, especially between there and Columbus, Red Fox Road, Peniel Road, that area, you need to be in shelter right now, as this most dangerous part of the storm is coming your way. Looks like it's going a mile or so south of Columbus, and it's tracking to the east-northeast. So those communities, again, just south of Columbus, just south of US 74, those of you in those areas need to be in shelter this very minute.
Yep, and yep, do what he says. I think it's this Pickens storm is really starting to spin back up, and I can't help but wonder if this tornado warning is going to be extended a little bit further to the north and east as well. Be interesting to see what GSP decides to do with this. If you're in Cleveland or Slater along US 276, I'd be keeping an eye on this. I believe this is still in Greenville County too. So let me take my radar data off, just make sure I got that right. Yeah, that's in Greenville County. And there's a new
tornado.
Hey,
warning.
Yeah,
There
see,
you go.
clairvoyance. So new tornado warning now in effect for Cleveland, Slater, just north of Travelers Rest, Cedar Mountain. You're also involved in this. This is going to take in a little bit of North Carolina as well, just across the state line into parts of Henderson and Transylvania counties. So again, this is going to go until 11 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles north of Pickens or 4 miles south of Table Rock State Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, we have this area of rotation here is just crossing Highway 178. right now. And if we've called out those locations, Cleveland, Slater, as well, we want y'all to be taking shelter right now. Lowest floor, interior room of a site-built structure. This is really starting to wrap up very nicely here. So we've got 3 storms that could potentially produce. And I would also be interested. I would be remiss to note that there seems to be something trying to get going, maybe just south of Cedar Mountain, also within that second tornado warning polygon. With that,
yes. Also, Jared, let's go back to Polk County for a minute. Look at the 1.8 degree tilt. There is a strong rotation that's passing by and just north of Mill Springs in that area too. That's roughly where Lake Adger is. That's where my parents are. Just got a text message, and they say they're doing the right thing. They're downstairs in the bathroom, and they're saying the rain's strong there. They're getting some wind too. So obviously this is going to be another dangerous area as well. They're going by just north of the crossroads there, the Highway 9 and 108 intersection crossroads there in Mill Spring. That cell looks like it's going to track roughly close to NC 108 there. So that goes by north of Polk Schools there. That goes over toward the Caitland Farms area. Pea Ridge Baptist Church, if you're in that area, you want to be in shelter as well with this tornado warning and this rotation that's showing up pretty well on radar aloft. There, Jarrett's got it now. So, yeah, watch that. And those of you upstream in Rutherford County.
All right, there it is. New tornado warning for McDowell, Burke. This is going to be for Morganton and Marion. So, guys, I may have to seek shelter here.
Understood, Scotty.
It's going to be a new tornado warning for here.
Jared, can you zoom out, show us this whole line? We have some people asking about the watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seems like a good moment to reset.
Yes, absolutely. What I'm gonna do, y'all, is I'm going to just make a couple configuration changes here. Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for us to take a look at the regional picture here. We have some reports from Dip on YouTube now, hearing sirens, numerous tornado warnings now along the line. I'm gonna take this watch fill off for a minute here. So let me just turn a couple of these things off real quick, y'all, just so we can talk about. First of all, here is your tornado watch. This tornado watch goes until midnight. It includes Shelby, Hickory, Statesville, Mount area up into Martinsville and Floyd, Virginia. So that is the watch. Now we have numerous tornado warnings also ongoing. Now we have 4 tornado warnings on the board here. And again, we have the 1 tornado warning in Pickens County that will probably be able to go, let go soon. But we have a second one for the storm that we've been tracking down there for a little bit is wrapping back up. And this tornado warning was just extended into Transylvania and Henderson counties in North Carolina, in addition to parts of Greenville and Pickens County. Second area of concern is around Tryon, Columbus here. You can see that hook echo. We have a couple areas of rotation. Rotating thunderstorms, Tryon, Mill Spring, Columbus. Looking in these areas, we're certainly concerned about the potential for a quick spin up tornado in these areas. You should, if you're in any of these areas right now, you should be taking shelter. And then just issued a tornado warning now for portions of Burke, Caldwell, McDowell counties until 11 o'clock. This tornado is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, nothing confirmed yet, located 9 miles east of Marion, 7 miles southeast of Lake James State Park, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This area was under a tornado warning earlier. So this is kind of a second round of it, maybe just a little bit further, just a couple clicks to the east. But again, this is, I'm going to take let me get back to the high res here. And we can kind of look at so here's your rotation right here, and this is very close to getting to I-40. It's kind of paralleling 64. It's going to cross 40, and then US 70. I'm concerned that this has eyes on Morganton proper. Certainly Glen Alpine, Salem, you want to be taking shelter right now. So again, a lot of people are saying, a lot of people are in the comments here, saying that they've received tornado warnings and stuff. So again, if you've received that on your phone, if you've gotten that alert, we want you to be in that lowest floor, interior room, closet, basement. If you've got one of those, it's a really great place to be.
Can I go James Spann for a little bit?
Yeah, do it, man.
All right, so if you're in this area, I just got this out on my pages here. So this is going to be coming across Highway 64. So if you live in Salem right now, Desertsville, Brindletown, Salem, you need to be in your safe shelter right now. This is Highway 64. This is going to be moving between the Gold Hill area of Glen Alpine and 64 in the Salem community. The track takes it right over Morganton, y'all. And if that track verifies, I will have to seek shelter because that goes over my house. But again, if you live in Salem, right now is the time to be in your safe place. Lowest level, interior part of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Salem, this is going to include Salem Elementary. This is going to include the high-rise area where the prison is located. We're also going to be talking about Rural King, Lowe's Home Improvement, Morganton Honda, out towards, you've got... I'm trying to think of the church out there, Berkmont Baptist Church. Then this would go into Morganton. So you're talking about the downtown area. This would be also including the Carbon City area where Jamestown Road is located. You have Team Jeep, you have Cloninger Ford, Everett Chevrolet in that area. You're also going to be talking about Chesterfield and then eventually into the Gamewell community. So those are kind of some areas. If you live in those areas, if those areas sound familiar to you, you need to be in your shelter right now. Looking downstream, we may see another warning as the storm moves in. But again, if you live in Morganton proper right now is the time you need to be in your safe place. I see wind is awful right now on 64 at the dump. You're in the path of this storm, Lindsay, so you need to be in your shelter right now. That is exactly where this rotation is moving over. So if you live in that area of Highway 64, you need to be in your safe place right now. So again, if you live Morganton, Salem, Glen Alpine, you need to be in your safe place right now as this storm continues to move up Highway 64. Frank, I know you know Rutherford and Polk County, so I'll toss it to you so you can kind of give some details down there.
Frank, we do not have your audio.
Right, I muted myself because I needed to cough up a lung, but I'm better now. Anyway, the worst of that cell that's in Polk County is it's just about to cross the line into Rutherford County. Looks like it's going to go just north of Rutherfordton, but we will have to keep an eye on it as it's getting close to the edge of the polygon. Folks at the Weather Service will have a decision to make soon about exactly what to do with the cell going forward. It looks as though there's still a pretty good rotation signature there right along the Polk-Rutherford line. Ended up going a little north of Highway 108, which is that line right there is NC 108 there. So it's just a little north of there. And it looks as though it's going to end up tracking north of Rutherfordton, but Highway 64, US 64 there, going west out of Rutherfordton, going toward Lake Lure. That area will see some impacts from the storm. If nothing else, some wind and rain, but again, the tornado risk is there with that rotation still showing up. And farther south and west, whoops, zoomed in too fast there. Let's look at the cell again that's over northern Greenville County at this point, where we still have a tornado warning in effect until 11 o'clock. This tornado warning is for rotation in the area. It looks like it's just west of Cleveland right now, and that's going to track over Highway 276, US 276, and go across the far northern part of Greenville County. That's all the warnings in South Carolina for the moment, but we are watching some other cells back to the southwest over southwest Pickens County and the Clemson area, and southwest from there through southern Oconee County that we do have to keep an eye on for signs of intensification. But that's what we have right now from Rutherford County off to the southwest through South Carolina.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell you what, those are those storms around Seneca and south of Pickens. I mean, these are really starting to pick up here over the last few scans, starting to see some intensification there as well. So, you know, nothing spinning in those just yet. But if there's anything that we know about the environment right now, it looks like a lot of things are going to be spinning. A lot of things are going to have the ability to do that. So we're going to want to watch that closely for folks from near Townville, Clemson, Seneca, down south of the town of Pickens. Eventually with eyes on Greenville. So that's the other thing to keep in mind there is that this could have
Yes, the stuff further south is on a trajectory to get it close to Greenville. It
Yep.
sure is.
So again, no imminent severe weather threat there. I mean, just heavy rain, lightning, thunder, maybe some gusty winds. But we're going to watch that because that could get hairy in a hurry in the neck of the woods. So,
all right. Let's see. Again, for this Burke County warning, this is going to be moving into Glen Alpine right now, just along Interstate 40. So this is moving into the Interstate 40 area near the Salem, Glen Alpine area. So be sure to get in your shelter now. I've got a couple more minutes before I head that way. But if you're in this warning, you need to be in that safe place right now. Seeking shelter. Again, this tornado warning coming up the Highway 64 corridor. It's getting ready to move into Morganton. And Jared, is that the NROT?
Yeah, this is the NROT, and it looks like there might be two areas of rotation here that are trying to get going here. So something to keep in mind. In fact, if anything, the one around Morganton proper is looking a little bit better. And I think I just scared Scotty away to his shelter. So there you go.
That's passing. That's honestly passing right over me. So I'll be back.
Yeah. So
Scotty.
Yeah, so Scotty will be back. We'll keep an eye on his house, make sure everything is okay. But again, looking at the but again, taking a look at the radar there again, one of the reasons that we've got Scotty Powell going to a safe place right now is because there are a couple areas of rotation. Glen Alpine, Salem, Morganton. Looks like there are a couple distinct areas of rotation here. We have a couple. They're not the strongest rotations that we've seen all day. Certainly not by any stretch. And again, we would look for that NROC kind of over one to start really thinking about making impacts there. But this certainly is something that we're going to need to keep a very close eye on for there. And then, of course, further south, we're still dealing with a couple rotations here in Rutherford County. Zooming up a little bit, there's still looks like that's the mesocyclone is about to exit that polygon. So we will see if Greenville Spartanburg decides to reissue downstream, and down in Pickens County, looking a little less defined at this point, which is good news. But you can still see. I mean, that big old hook there. Just checking correlation coefficient, make sure everything is good, and so far no signs of any debris there. So again, it's an active night, and unfortunately, it's one of those situations where it is at night, and we want to urge people to follow our lead, follow our example. Scotty is in a tornado warning polygon. He has a rotation approaching. He went to a safe place. That's exactly what we want you to do. He should be able to come out in a few minutes. Not a big deal. This is what we want you to do. Get in that safe place, lowest floor. If you got basements, I know there's some basements up there. I'm not used to basements down here. That's why I never talk about basements. But if you have a basement, use that. Otherwise, lowest floor, interior room, closet, bathroom. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No windows in the room. We have a question about Gamewell from Patricia Thompson on YouTube. And again, I want to call this out. You are in the tornado warning polygon, and in fact, you will probably start to see some of this storm moving in the next 10-15 minutes. You're going to start to see some heavy rain there, but the main area that, and again, this is not the easiest thing to find right now. We have a new tornado warning now. But let me finish with Gamewell real quick, and then we'll get to that new tornado warning from Greenville Spartanburg here. But yeah, the core of that storm right now is over Morganton. It should be heading up 64 into Gamewell in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So if you're in there's the new warning there on Scotty's weather radio there. Again, if you are in Gamewell, you should be taking shelter and hang out there for a little bit. We have another tornado warning, and we found out this is GSP has made the call. They have reissued for the Rutherford storm in Rutherford County. There's your rotation. There's your rotational signature. I'm going to tweak the storm motion from the warning just to make sure that we have the clearest possible picture here. You can see definitely some south winds coming in from the mesonet stations here. If there's going to be any rotation, and again, this is coming out of Rotation product has it coming into Rutherford County now. If you're in Mill Spring, I think you are in reasonably good shape to come on out. But also keep in mind that we have another tornado warning cell down over Cleveland right now. That one's not looking as hot, but again, this will have designs on the Columbus, North Carolina, Mill Spring area, and Saluda, North Carolina here in the next little bit. So again, unfortunately, this is one of those nights where we're going to have to just keep calling people, calling out towns. But yeah, here's a rotation here, maybe a rotation here. Looking at correlation coefficient, nothing confirmed, which is good. No debris signature there, but yeah, this is the newest tornado warning. This goes until 11:15. And they have it 4 miles northwest of Rutherfordton. So yeah, it's right around here, crossing the county line. It's crossed the county line, about to cross Highway 64 in Rutherford County.
Yeah, storm relative motion looks pretty good with that cell that's just
Yeah.
west of Rutherfordton right now.
Yeah, it definitely does. And again, it's we'll pop up a couple scans here. Usually the lowest tilt is no good, but yeah, that certainly is a pretty one of the it's a pretty well vertically correlated mesocyclone, and that's something that we look for too. Is not only is it just at the low levels? Is it a deep rotation? This certainly seems to have depth to it. I'm going up. I mean, I still see signs of rotation here, looking about 9,000 feet up. So this certainly has some oomph to it. We get a little bit faster scans coming in the lowest tilt. If anything is happening, it could be here. Let me check the spectrum width real quick. That might be a little turbulent. That might be noise. Hard to say sometimes.
Yeah, the spectrum width is noisy, but there's some higher values in that area just north of Rutherford.
Yeah. So again,
right now in the same area where we have the rotation.
Yep. And again, I know I'm bound. We've got 3 active warnings, so we're bouncing around quite a bit here. 3 active warnings in some decent population centers in the foothills. So,
and also a special weather statement now for the stuff back toward Clemson.
Yep. So again, that's that yet another issue there. So yeah, get that back down. Broad rotation over Morganton roughly right now, heading up Highway 64 we'll be approaching Gamewell here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So again, we want you to be in your tornado safe place there. If you're in Glen Alpine, Salem, honestly, stay put, because one, I think something else is trying to get going behind this. It looks like we have a very weak rotational signature here. But 2, this Rutherford storm is also going to come right up the gut, right up 64, and is going to make a run at these places. So just because one area is done, you may see another one. We've seen that a couple times. Columbus, your tornado warning is probably going to expire soon, but you've got another tornado warn cell north of Travelers Rest that has designs on you. We zoom in on that guy north of Cleveland. There's a little couplet right here. It's not the best. And as we tilt down, maybe it's certainly not as well defined. But again, we have to look up a little bit over here for terrain issues. In order to get an idea of what's up.
This is one of those days you can't just look at the lowest tilt. You have to look at those higher tilts right now, especially with the lowest tilt now being 0.2. We mentioned it a couple of times already tonight. You've got to look at those higher tilts thanks to the terrain of this area, or you're not going to see what the storm's doing.
Exactly. And the special weather statement that Frank was alluding to down here, Pickens and Clemson, these storms here, let's get a look at the velocity product real quick and just see. So far, not too much in the way of misbehavior that I can see. I'm not really seeing anything that is causing
And no
issues.
good rotation at this point.
Yeah, hopefully it stays that way.
Maybe a hint of one way up high just north of Clemson, but
yeah, we'll see.
Very vague.
All right. So one of the warnings, the original Polk and Rutherford warning has been canceled. Again, that's the town of Columbus. Right. However, again, if you're in Columbus, I caution you. This is not over. This may not be over yet. So we want you to be on guard there. So we have 3 tornado warnings now. We have one. We have one for Greenville, Pickens, and Henderson in North Carolina. Transylvania. If you're in Transylvania County in North Carolina, you have no tornado warnings right now, and in fact, your severe weather threat is beginning to diminish. So Brevard, for example, Lake Toxaway, it looks like your Highlands, Franklin, Silva. Love Silva. Great place to vacation. I love going up there. It is you're looking better tonight. But again, as we go up, we certainly see that inflow notch there, just north of Slater in South Carolina, about to cross a state line here. And again, they let that tornado warning go, but it may not be much longer before a new tornado warning is lined up here if this trend continues.
It's 10:30. You're watching live severe weather coverage from the Carolina Weather Group on the Carolina Weather Net. Thank you for joining us here on this Wednesday, March the 23rd, 2022. A couple quick comments we will get to from those of you watching online. Thank you for the super chat. What's the outlook for Rowan County looking like? We do have a tornado watch, goes until midnight time. Thank you to Daniela as well for that subscription. And so we will be watching that I-77 corridor in the next hour or so as this line continues to move off to the east. A few other comments from folks who are joining us tonight. Michael, we see your comment here as well, referring to the damage in Pickens County, and that is yet another report of potential damage there in the Pickens County area from potential tornado or tornadoes earlier. And another comment coming in, watching right now, Bubbles on the Carolina Weather Net. What about Marion? The city of Marion itself just barely on the outskirts of this actual live tornado warning right now that is up on the screen behind Jared Smith there. But that's really, when I refer to Marion itself, I'm talking about that downtown district, because the tornado warning polygon does come right on up to Interstate 40 there. So if you live on the outskirts of Marion, on the south side, on the east side, Bubbles, then you would have that tornado warning where you should be heading to that safe place, the lowest level, the most interior room of a sturdy structure. Bringing back in Scotty Powell, who himself in a tornado warning polygon, returning from his safe place. What brings you back here, Scotty?
Yeah, so the rotation has passed off to my east, back over towards the Drexel Valdez area. So we are safe. Everything is still standing. I will say the power, it's kind of weird the way our power network works. Our neighbors across the street are on a different grid than us. So there is no power on that side of the road, but there is power at least here. I heard some gusty winds, but that was about it. And so I don't hear of any damage yet right now, but we did seek shelter downstairs and got the dog and the family all downstairs, and everybody's back up. But I see that new warning issued down to the south of us, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that as well. But for now, I don't have any damage or anything I can report here where I live, which is about 2 miles north of downtown Morganton.
Yeah, and Scotty, I want to you bring up that storm. I'm starting to see some. Looks like this is tightening up a little bit. We actually have a tornado vortex signature indicator here from the software. Go to the normalized rotation product, and and I don't know how much of this is necessarily going to be a little bit of noise still working into the beam here. I'm about 0.9 degrees up, but regardless. It certainly looks like that there is there's some decent shear, there's some decent turbulence on that line. It looks like this is tightening up over the last couple scans. So again, north of Rutherfordton, I can get you some better locations here when I fire up the old A-whips here. Union Mills, this is going to come very close to you. Thermal City, this is going to stay just south of you. Not a lot of towns here that I can find here. Scotty or Frank, I know that this is
it's a mile and a half north of Rutherfordton Airport.
Yeah,
FUD Airport.
Yeah,
I want to get this comment in real fast because I think it applies to a lot of people, and I presume Lily is in this scenario. What do I do if I live in a third floor of an apartment and I find myself in a tornado warning? The advice to get to the lowest level, most interior room, with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, is a advice based on probability. So if you can safely get downstairs and you know somebody who's going to open the door to you at 10:30 at night without causing any sort of delay of you being outside, that would be ideal. But if you don't know your neighbors and don't want to be caught in the breezeway at 10:30 at night with a potential tornado, then think about those probabilities. What will keep me the safest and increase my odds? And I know we had a comment from Katie that had some good advice based on what you could do. Again, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Every one of those walls increases your likelihood that if you found yourself in a tornadic situation, you have that many extra barriers. Cover yourself with whatever you can. A helmet, a pillow, a mattress. You don't need to uproot your entire apartment right now, but we want to think about how quickly can we get to a safe place like a bathtub. A lot of times those bathrooms in apartments are on the interior side. And what can you do to protect yourself? So Lily, I know that can be a little anxiety inducing or traumatic. I have been there myself, living in upper floor apartments, and a tornado warning has gone out for my area. And it's just a matter of what can I do to increase my odds that if, and it's still an if, you found yourself in a dangerous situation, you would be safe. And the other thing that sometimes gets overlooked is something for your eyes, if you got glasses, something for your feet, so that if you do have to reemerge in the potential storm damage, you have something to protect yourself. Jared, what do you got?
Wear a helmet. That's another
helmet.
Yes. Yeah, that's one more thing.
Yeah, my closet downstairs. I don't have a basement. I do have the a first floor now in my home, but I don't have a basement. And last night I cleared all the junk out of the closet underneath the stairs, and I put the bicycle helmets in there so that if we had to move there quickly, they were already there.
Yep. We have a couple questions coming in the chat here for Gamewell in that neck of the woods, and let me switch up there real quick. This is still a good looking rotation up here.
Yeah,
yes, the rotation just passed right over Morganton Airport, right, Scotty?
Yeah, that is right over the Morganton Airport, and it really looks like you're just saying that rotation really looks good. I would be interested to see if there's a reading. I mean, that is literally going over the Morganton Lenoir Airport right now, so we can get a wind reading off of that. But Gamewell, you need to be in your safe place now. That warning, you are under a tornado warning, and that circulation is traveling right up Highway 18. 64. So Gamewell and Lenoir, I would not be surprised at all if this warning gets extended further into Caldwell County to include Lenoir. But again, Gamewell, you need to be in that safe place right now because that circulation would be moving right over you as it travels up Highway 1864 north. Looking at that storm, Jared, I've still got that TDS on me or on my radar scan here in northern Rutherford County. I see you've got it as well. Need to watch that as well. That's going to be moving up. There's a new tornado warning now.
Somewhere, don't we?
Yeah, coming out for Caldwell County.
Yep. Right.
By the way, yeah, what we preach, right?
Yeah,
Take
exactly.
shelter, Scotty. Check. Have weather radios. Check.
Yeah. This is what we were just. Yep. And this is what we were just talking about. This is literally just now what this was talking about. So there's it's just got the polygon up. So again, Lenoir, I mean, this is going to come across 321 here just right about now. Gamewell,
I've got a Lenoir camera. I'll get ready.
Yeah, we're gonna get the Lenoir camera going. Gamewell, I know we have some folks watching from there tonight. Give it about 5 or 10 minutes, and you can take a break. But again, there's another very rather nasty storm that may yet come up 64. So Lenoir area, Yadkin Valley. We called some of you all out earlier. Whitnell, Hudson, Sawmills, Cedar Rock, 321 basically. In Caldwell County, it's under the gun here, heading into Lenoir proper, it looks like. So again, if you're in any of these areas, you should be taking shelter right now, getting to that lowest level interior room. Here's the reflectivity. If there's going to be anything in there, I mean, it's still kind of a broad-ish rotation, but this could tighten up at any time. And so we want folks to be, obviously the name of the game is get ahead of it, and we want folks to be aware on this. So again, there's your new tornado warning. This is going to go until 11:15.
Here's a live look at Lenore from Resort Cams. Go ahead, Scotty.
Yeah, that's going to be on High Brighton Mountain. That's going to be a great view. I mean, I know it's dark, but that's right outside of downtown Lenore, so it's going to be a good view. At least we'll probably see some wind gusts and things like that. But that is High Brighton Mountain, right off Highway 1864, heading into the Cedar Rock area. Some other locations. I'm hearing alerts in the background here. Cages Mountain, also another location. Bayton will be another location that you need to be in shelter. So just be in shelter in those areas in Caldwell County as this moves through.
Yeah, that it does look impressive, even on the lowest tilt. And keep in mind, we're far enough away from the GSP radar here that the beam's 4,400 feet up. So that rotation does look pretty good. Hudson, Sawmills, you better be in shelter right now with this rotation about to pass right over you, it looks like. And even up farther north to the Whitnall and Lenore, that's another area of concern too. But yeah, to me, it looks like that area along 321, especially the Hudson Sawmills area, looks like that's kind of the next target to me.
If you're watching this from Caldwell County, if you remember back October 2017, when we had a landfalling tropical system, we had several tornadoes move up in that area. That's the same area that got hit back then. So that Hudson, Whitnall, Gamewell area, Cages Mountain area, that place, that area corridor needs to be in shelter. That's kind of where we saw these tornadoes a few years ago. One was an EF2, so they were pretty significant tornadoes. So again, not saying that's what's happening now, but in that particular area, there could be some storm anxiety remembering back to that event. So be sure you're in your shelter. And that storm continuing in northern Rutherford County into southern Burke County really has my attention too. We need to monitor that as well.
Quick question I'll get in here from... Sorry.
Go ahead. I was just saying that one's passing close to Highway 64, US 64 there in northeastern Rutherford County. It looks like it's moving roughly parallel to 64 there.
Question from Katie. Any advice for mobile homes? What to do when you're in a manufactured home during a tornado warning? If you are in that structure when the tornado warning goes out, Katie, I would deploy the exact advice you gave earlier, which is what can I do to protect myself and increase my odds? Again, interior, low to the ground, something on your head to protect your head. If you live in a mobile home and you are not currently under a warning, and you are maybe along that I-77 corridor where we have the tornado watch for the next hour and a half until midnight, it may be worth, if it's something that is accessible to you, calling a friend or family who lives in a different type of structure and seeing if you can crash there for the night. I know that sounds a little maybe like a lot. Again, you would do that out ahead of the storms when the storms are an hour or more away from you. And we're not advising you, do not try to outrun a tornado in your car. That is worse. You want to, between a car and a mobile home, pick the mobile home. But if you have the option in advance of going someplace else, that is something you'll keep an eye on. Let's go back to this resort cam real fast in Lenore, guys. The visibility is just gone here as this system now encompasses the mountain in heavy rain. All that is left is the cross, the crucifix that is atop the mountain, which is providing us some light for this camera to work on here tonight. But you can see the visibility in this storm is gone.
I want to call out real quick. Just I'd like to give an all clear to
yes, please,
people in Pickens, Greenville County in South Carolina, and Henderson County in North Carolina. So the storm that we have been tracking right out of Pickens for a little while here has weakened enough, and the Weather Service has let the tornado warning go there. So the only tornado warnings on the board right now stretch from roughly the Rutherford County up 64, really up Highway 64 into Lenore. That's where we have our greatest risk of severe weather and tornadic activity right now.
I want to give a quick shout out here. Thank you to Jason Myers, who just texted me, meteorologist at WBTV, to ask if I was okay. So I appreciate that, Jason. He gave me a shout out on air. He just texted me. So I appreciate you checking in. All is good up here so far.
Question about what to do with your pets. And the answer is take them with you.
Yeah, I carried mine's laying on the bed asleep over here, but I carried my dog. We have a little crate downstairs in our little designated storm shelter area, and I just carried her with me, and she
Yep.
looked at me all weird, but she was safe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You definitely want to crate them because you don't want your pets getting loose. If something goes really wrong, you want to be able to keep them safe in that crate for sure.
Right.
So
And it's one
travel
more
carriers.
layer of protection for them.
Exactly right. And if you
Yeah.
don't do that, I'm going to come to your house and start singing Sarah McLachlan, and nobody wants that.
Right. Sad pet songs. Yeah. Sad animal songs. Going back to Katie's questions about, what to do if you live in a mobile home or if you live on the third floor of an apartment building or something like that. What you do in those situations is that you start thinking about what you need to do well in advance, like do things like make friends with the people who are on the first floor of your apartment building if you live in the third floor. Or if you live in a mobile home, make friends with somebody who lives in a sturdy house that's a sprintable by foot distance away, so that you have a place to go when the warning's issued, so that you're ready to do that when the warning's issued, that you're not waiting or you're not trying to decide what to do because you don't have time to do that. You only have time to react to the plan you've made. So when those situations, you need to plan in advance and decide what to do and make friends again with the people on the first floor and make an agreement. Hey, if there's a tornado warning, I'm going to come down and hang with you for a while.
Yep, exactly right.
10:45, Jared, you've got the only tornado warnings, and I use that word sparingly, that are active at this hour. Bring us up to speed.
Yep. So let's go from south to north here. So we've just had a little bit of we've just had the southernmost warning for Rutherfordton reboxed. Rutherfordton, you are okay. The tornado threat for now has ended. Still watching some storms to your southwest. Maybe see if they can get going here. But that tornado warning has been reboxed. There is still a very tight circulation right near Highway 64, kind of moving up Highway 64 in northern Rutherford County. This is kind of going to that triple point of Burke and McDowell here as it continues to basically parallel 64. Folks in Salem, Morganton again. Scotty, you may be making another run for it here in a little bit. I hate to tell you, but Salem, Morganton, Glen Alpine, you're in this tornado warning polygon for next little bit. The storm that produced kind of that we got a little polyglot going on. We got just a lot of polygons here right now. Here, the middle polygon. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept that one going just because of the storm that's going to be moving into it. So again, nothing really standing out in the middle polygon. So Morganton, Salem, Glen Alpine, you have a few minutes to breathe. But again, in about 15 minutes, you're going to have a storm with a pretty persistent tornado vortex signature. Let's look at the correlation coefficient real quick. I'm not seeing anything there that indicates, though, that anything is being lofted, which is good news. And again, we're looking a little bit higher up, given the terrain here.
Jared,
yeah.
how easily accessible could you utilize the terminal Doppler?
Give me a second.
It's right on the range, but sometimes it can pick up in that area. It's just
I'm pulling that into a second source right now. So yeah, so let's do that. Let me I'll take the velocity there and okay. So yeah, nope, he beat me to it.
Yeah, this is going to be moving into the South Mountain State Park area. At this current projection, Glen Alpine, you should be okay. Lake James, you should be okay. It's more Morganton, Highway 64-18 to the east with this cell. But South Mountain, George Hildebrand, over towards Conley Springs, that area, Rutherford College, Valdez, Drexel, those areas need to be on the lookout. Morganton as well need to be on the lookout for this storm as it's moving into southern Burke County. So again, that's Brindletown, Salem, Conley Springs, Valdez, Salem, Morganton, Drexel, Rutherford College, Eichard, Hildebrand, George Hildebrand, that kind of area. That's where we need to pay attention to. If you're listening to us from Burke County tonight, this storm moving out of Rutherford into Burke, and if you remember back to January 11th, 2012, this is a very eerily similar path of this storm. That the January 11th, 2012 tornado took. So if you kind of look back in your memory, if you lived in those areas, that's where I'm concerned with right now, as this storm is continuing to track through southern Burke County. Looking at some of the questions here, I live off 64 in Rutherford, Natalie, that area. Natalie, have you seen any? I know it's pulled out of Rutherford to now, but have you seen any damage or know of any damage in that way? Because this circulation passed pretty close to you there on Highway 64. So if you're still watching, Natalie, I'd love to know if you have any damage or have heard of anything. So.
Seth is asking, is the I-85 corridor in the Charlotte metro area clear? And the answer is no. The line of storms has not yet made it into that portion of the Piedmont. Now, Mecklenburg County is noticeably absent from the tornado watch that does impact other portions of the I-77 corridor, although the tornado watch is not the exclusive home of the tornado warnings tonight. Pickens County, not in the watch. So I think if you're in that Charlotte metro area, we're going to be watching to see whether or not this line can hold its energy together for the next 2 to 3 hours. And that's when we can expect it to kind of move through that area. Right now, it is still, as we can see behind Jared, off to the west of I-77 and any part of the Charlotte area.
Hey, Jared, pull up your Charlotte TDWR again and take a look at that cell that's north now. I think it probably has the best look at that cell. The beam height's only about 2,200 feet in that area. So let's have a look at the TDWR. It's right on the edge, but the TDWR may still have the best view of that cell at this point.
Yeah, I've got it up here. Is this what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Is this? Yeah. Yep. Right here. Yeah. Look at that. It's a good. It's a solid mezzo here.
Right, and the beam for the TWR is about 2,000 feet lower than GSP's lowest tilt, because GSP is farther away, and the TWR's tilt is even lower, I think, than the GSP radar is.
Yeah, so this is a really good look at it. We'll keep an eye on this. This is certainly a useful tool. Let me see if I can't get out. I don't think I can get the extended. I don't think there's an extended velocity product I can use off of this bad boy. I'll continue to play with that. But yeah, you can also see the when we look over here, you can see the inbounds and the outbounds here on the edge here. I mean, we get some like 87 mile an hour inbounds to the radar against maybe some weaker. Let me do storm relative here. Yeah, it's got about 100 miles an hour of wind shear here, of gauge to gauge shear on the terminal.
And again, that's only something like 20 feet. So
yeah, this is about 2,300 feet
on the lowest tilt.
So and I can move it up a little bit, and again that it gets higher in a hurry, but that certainly is certainly a concerning signature from the terminal Doppler there. So we'll kind of ping pong back and forth between those guys as we go.
Jared, maybe you can demonstrate this question for us coming in new to the area on a third floor apartment, Catawba River in Morganton, and Morganton right now in the middle of these 3 tornado warnings, meaning that severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado are in the vicinity. And really the alert here goes for how much longer?
That warning goes until 11 o'clock. So that's going to expire in a few minutes. Let's see. We just got an update. No, we did not just get an update. Never mind. I apologize. We do have an extension of the flash flood warning for Burke and Caldwell until 2 a.m., by the way.
To Scotty's point about the flooding.
Yeah, exactly right. So again, if you're in Morganton right now, you are still in a tornado warning for the next few minutes. The storm that I would be watching is coming up, is going to be, looks like it's a little bit east of 64 now. And deity of your choice willing, like it's going to stay away from Center City, Morganton.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this is more of an eastern Burke County storm, the more that the motion goes. So that's Valdez, Drexel, Conley Springs, Rutherford College, Eichard, Hildebrand, George Hildebrand, those areas, Petchy Gap. You need to be watching this storm closely as it moves through the South Mountain State Park right now. I think that line is starting to transition off of the mountains. The front is, and that's going to start pushing things to the east. Thankfully, it doesn't look like things are really developing back southwest of that too much. So maybe Jared, we've talked about this. There could be a little boundary here that these storms just continue to pop up on with the clear skies that we saw this afternoon in Morganton, Marion. A little bit of pocket of instability there that these storms are just clinging on to.
Yeah, and one of the displays that I use here, and again, it's not necessarily the best display, but looking at it over here, it may be running into a layer of instability. Now, here's the thing, though, guys, is that we're starting to see the surface-based instability begin to wind down a little bit. But the mixed layer instability is still about 250 to 500 joules. So it's moving into that. There's some convective inhibition there. Maybe that might help, tamp it down. But I'm actually getting an update on the. I'm getting right as we speak. I'm getting an update on AWIPS here with the latest stuff. It is moving into an area with a little bit more convective inhibition, but there is still plenty of energy here.
Not to overstate the obvious, it's actually only now moving into the tornado watch.
Right.
And
that tornado. Keep in mind that tornado watch only goes for another hour.
Right. So we're getting a lot of questions in chat about what about Charlotte? And this line is still off to the west. It would take, at the rate we're going, more than an hour to get to Charlotte. So it's going to be a couple hours. If you're heading to bed, have a way to receive warnings. NOAA weather radio is what we recommend. Whether or not they choose to extend that watch, I don't know, but it's not going to prevent me from not going to bed tonight with a weather radio on, which actually I do every night. So again, yes, maybe there's some good news as we get later on into the evening hours in terms of the available energy. I think it's going to become bad news in that if they haven't already, more people are going to start heading to bed.
Yeah. We have a question that just came through about Hickory as we look at, I think the middle tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
Yep.
Hickory, you're not in tornado warning right now.
We have a special weather statement now in Polk County from that storm that had prompted a tornado warning earlier in Cleveland, or the Cleveland area of Greenville County. That also extends into Rutherford County. That cell does not look terribly impressive on at this point, but we do have to continue to watch it. And farther southwest, there's nothing impressive happening in South Carolina at this point. So not a whole lot to really watch down there at this point. All reactions farther to the northeast Carolina.
Yeah, and again, that middle tornado warning has been allowed to expire here. That's a good sign because, I mean, if they let that expire, it kind of might telegraph a little bit what they're thinking about doing with the storm in far northern Rutherford County at this point. This one that we've been watching for a while that's had a pretty good rotation.
Wouldn't hurt my feelings if they just let them all expire.
Hey man, hey,
right.
My back agrees with you. My back and my voice both agree with you. We've been sitting here for a while, just looking at that. But
I'll say the cell moving into southern Burke County doesn't look as scary looking. I guess it does. It's weakened just a little bit. So maybe that's like you said, Jared. That's a good sign. They allowed the middle warning to expire, and I hear more buzzes.
Oh, wait, Alexander and Caldwell, new tornado warning.
Okay, so that's going to be off.
Just about to say that.
Yeah.
That cell that's just far western Alexander County, west of Taylorsville, right along Highway C4.
Yep,
looks pretty
Scotty's got his weather radio on for a lot of counties.
Well, I cover the foothills, so you got to have.
He covers the foothills. There you go. I mean that. Hey.
So 2 hours ago, when we were saying, "Oh, I wonder why the SPC issued that tornado watch, and boy,
Yeah.
things look they're dying. Yeah, let's eat those words now. You want to have a nice, nice helping of crow with me?
I'll be the devil's advocate there. I think it could come out earlier. Not wow.
It probably could have come out earlier. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with the issuance of the tornado watch. I just disagree with the timing of the tornado watch.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to start getting into a radar hole as this moves further to the north, and that's what the purple is on Jared's screen. Where we start getting that purple, North Wilkesboro is where we don't have enough radar data. We will eventually switch over to the Roanoke, the Blacksburg, Virginia radar to fill in the northern edges of North Carolina. But if and when we have to keep tracking further north, it's going to be a little bit of a guessing game.
And guys, this has a really good look on the TDWR.
Yeah.
So switching my view to the local radar, it's actually got a TVS icon. It's identified a TVS. This is looking at about 2,100 feet up. This is probably the best look we have at it, honestly.
Yeah, and don't blink because it's about to go right out of range.
Right. Yeah. Not only is it about to go out of range, it's also about ready to go into a data hole here, a beam blockage.
Stupid water tower.
I know, but yeah, there's your circulation right there, north of 64, about ready to cross into Alexander County, and again, that's why the tornado warning has been nudged east here. But I know that we've had a lot of I'm looking at for our Gamewell friends in here and around there. You are at this point probably in a better place. We still want to see what happens. There's not much to write home about for this southern storm anymore. It looks really elongated and sheared out. So, but this is this Taylorsville storm is certainly the one that I would be most interested in. That is going to be kind of the issue. Eastern Caldwell, Western Alexander County.
Yeah, and this again, another area that has seen tornadoes before. So you're no stranger to this. So be sure that you know where your safe place is and where it's located, and that you are there now. Thankfully, these storms are moving a little bit quicker. So as everybody was talking about, this is going to be soon into Wilkes County, and maybe a little bit more of a stable environment as we've kind of moved further towards the Virginia, North Carolina line. So hopefully we'll start to see some of these start to weaken some. I've not seen an extension of that warning moving out of Rutherford into Burke, so that might be a good sign there.
The fact that they let that one go, I mean, it strongly suggests that that we have a new mesoscale discussion from SPC, so I'll give that a little read here.
Got kicked out of chat for the 15,000th time today.
Yeah.
Pigeon.
Wow, it was loud.
Sorry. About what's happening a little farther northeast. We have some interesting cells in Wilkes County and Surry County as well. There's some rotation showing up west of Dobson and north of Rhonda there. Pretty interesting on radar, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. There's a special weather statement for the cell that's in Wilkes County, although that one will soon be in Surry County. The one that's in Surry County looks pretty good on radar. To northwest of Dobson, it's going to pass right over I-77, it looks like. So that is another cell we have to keep our eye on. There it is right there, just west of I-77. The rotation is down here. The west-northwest of Dobson. So traffic
County,
along I-77 could be affected.
Wilkes County.
Oh, that's Wilkes County from the cell that's coming out of Alexander County, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Wilkes County. Yep. Tornado warning for Wilkes County until 11:30. So this is going to be moving out of Caldwell, Alexander area into Wilkes County again until 11:30. Located near Boomer, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So that'll be the new warning for Wilkes County. We'll say that the warning for Rutherford, that storm is almost out of Rutherford County. So I would anticipate that probably being let go. And honestly, the one for Caldwell County probably let go too, as the system has actually moved out of Caldwell County, still in the northwestern part of Alexander County, just to the northwest of Taylorsville, moving up Highway 16 into the Wilkes County area, North Wilkesboro, Moravian Falls, Mulberry, all in line for this tornado warning. So be sure you're in your storm safe place up in this area, up in Wilkes County, especially North Wilkesboro and Moravian Falls, as this cell is quickly moving in your direction. This again has been warned, I guess, ever since Rutherford, Polk County, I would assume. Everything's running together.
Yeah,
now,
it
but
has
it's
been
continuously warned as it's traveled up the Highway 1864 corridor in through the foothills. So
check out that TDWR again on that cell.
Yeah, I've got it up right here.
Alexander County. That looks like we've got 120 miles an hour worth of shear there.
Yeah, I've got it up here on the screen right here. This is a good looking cell. It is
another tornado warning coming for Burke, Caldwell, Catawba. So this is going to be the new one, and this is going to be me. Oh my gosh, this could end anytime if it wants to.
Seth 150 in chat has, I think, the best possible reaction here is Scotty's radio needs a break. Boy, does it ever. Scotty's radio is earning its keep tonight.
Scotty needs a break.
Yeah. Forget Scotty's radio. Scotty himself needs a break. All right, so I'm waiting for this to be plotted. Oh my gosh. I'm waiting for the new warning to be there. It is. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is all right, so God, this is confusing. Rutherford, Cleveland County, you're done. You're good. Here's your new tornado warning right here. And this is the cell, and this is actually the cell. This is the thing that's driving me nuts, is that this is the cell that was coming out of Rutherford County, and it looks like that they are gonna. It looks like it is trying to spin back up. So again, this is coming in. This looks like maybe a Valdez issue. This is Valdez, Sawmills, Hickory. This is your first tornado warning of the night, I think. So I know that we have a few people in Hickory who are watching us. So now is the time to take those tornado safety precautions. Lowest level of your home, site built structure, basement, storm cellar, or interior room, lowest floor, closet, bathroom. All of those things work. Just make sure you have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So broad circulation just south of I-40 now, heading into Valdez. Hickory, I'd be keeping an eye on this one too. Let me just do from the storm motion vector here. So probably, and again, this is just a kind of a point on the line here. Don't read too much into this specific point. Valdez, Hickory, Sawmills, Taylorsville, you might get another one. You might hear already kind of on the you're already in the edge of one, and you may very well be dealing with another one here at some point. So again, let's I accidentally zoomed in a little too much here, but yeah, so there's our two circulations there. This is the Wilkes County storm is starting to move into a little bit of purple haze. So we're going to have to switch up the radar view on that. Let me go back to the TDWR real quick. Taylorsville is starting to get into that data hole here, but we can also see the new circulation south of Valdez. And this is, so this is off of the TDWR, not as impressive as some of the circulations that we've seen. In fact, it's not even as impressive as it was a few minutes ago on that, but GSP, exercising caution here and executing on the warning for this neck of the woods. So again, 1, 2, this is going into Wilkes County. This is going to get out of the range of the TDWR here in a matter of minutes. Frank, what you got looking at?
I'm still looking at the Blacksburg radar and looking at what's happening in Surrey County. We don't have any warnings up there at the moment, but we do have some areas of rotation just northwest of Dobson. Another one right there, southeast of Roaring Gap, north of State Road there in that area. another rotation from two small but apparently potent cells that are tracking northeastward there through Surrey County. One of them's right over I-77. I guess that's around roughly mile marker 90 there, I'd guess. So that one's heading northeast. It's going to track roughly along I-77 for a time. This one off to the southwest, kind of following in its footsteps. So no warnings there, but there are rotation signatures, as you can see from the storm relative motions. So we are going to have to keep an eye on those until they head out of our territory and up into Virginia.
Let's look back at this cell over Burke County again. This is going to be moving over the South Mountains right now into the Conley Springs, Rutherford College, George Hildebrand area. Again, Morganton, you are in this polygon, but I want you in your shelter. But we're on the edge of the polygon. The majority of the storm is going to be off to the east. But if you live in Valdez, Drexel, up towards Roadhiss, so you have Valdez Hospital. You've got the Valdez Rec Center. We have JD's Barbecue, Smokehouse, the North Carolina State Employees Credit Union there. We have Drawn High School, East Burke High School, all in this tornado warning area. So we need to be in your storm shelter. So there's one tornado warning that overlapping warning that has been allowed to expire. But again, in eastern Burke County, this includes Hickory. So Hickory, you want to be in that storm shelter, Granite Falls, up to Lake Roadhiss, Lake Hickory, St. Stephen's. This storm's going to be moving into you. And then I heard Jared say earlier, and I'll just reiterate, Taylorsville, well, you'll have to watch this cell as well as it moves again through eastern Burke County into Catawba, Caldwell, and then eventually Alexander County.
It certainly seems like Oprah is working the warning desk tonight. You get a warning, and you get a warning, and you get a warning. Everybody gets a warning. Look under your seat.
Right.
There's another one. So we are starting to get a little bit of a. We are going to start to get a little bit of a getting some resolution on some of these polygons now. As time goes on. Again, it's been kind of nuts, and thank you for bearing with us as we deal with this. But the better severe threat is, I would say still along I-40 heading towards I would say Marion to Collettsville is probably the line in which I'd probably call it good at this point. Still have a flash flood warning up here, but yeah, certainly looking at some broad rotation still south of I-40. Looks like this is going to Hickory is in the warning, but it looks like this is going to go to your west. Now, that being said, we could still see something tighten up and maybe make a jog. So don't count that out just yet. Be interesting to see what the observations do at Morganton Airport versus Hickory here in the next few minutes. In case it'd be interesting to see if maybe there's some of the mezzo. You see some of the winds start to come out of the north at Morganton. So again, there's your broad rotation. It's coming across I-40 right now. This is headed towards Sawmills. So Sawmills, definitely you want to be in a safe place. Zoom in a little bit more. Drexel, Valdez. This is basically right on top of you now. Granite Falls, Sawmills, Hudson, Whitnell, Lenoir. You're on the very edge of this. It may not be a bad idea to get back to where you're at.
Grace Chapel.
Yep.
Melissa asking about Grace Chapel. Grace Chapel's in this area as well. So,
So if you're in Grace Chapel, yes. Thank you, Scotty. Again, local knowledge is a wonderful thing, and the beauty of the Carolina Weather Group is that we've got a lot of local knowledge from a lot of different places. So again, looking in this area, it's about to cross county line into Caldwell County. So again, alternate 321. Certainly the 321 bypass here, you're certainly going to want to be ready for take cover if you live along 321 bypass.
This is known as Furniture Row between Hickory and Lenoir. A lot of furniture factories in this area, a lot of furniture stores, display stores, things like that. So this is kind of that stretch. Furniture Row. Granite Falls Brewery actually has a cheeseburger named after the October 23rd, 2017 tornado that moved through there. So if we have another one, they may have to have another burger after this storm. So Granite Falls, no stranger to these tornadic storms. So that area along 321, be mindful of that. Frank, what you got up in Surrey County?
Well, still watching those two areas of rotation in Surrey County. One's directly west of Mount Airy at this point, still roughly along I-77 where it meets the I-74 split there, and another one to the southwest that is northeast of State Road. I'll switch over to reflectivity so you can see those two cells a little better. One blob largely over I-74 right now. West of Mount Airy, northwest of White Plains, and the other west of Dobson. Now, no warnings in effect there, but those are rotating cells there, so we will have to keep an eye on them. I won't steal any of your thunder for the area farther south and west, but I will briefly mention that looking all the way back to Rutherford County, where we did have some cells we were watching earlier, they have diminished in intensity, and it looks as though we're about ready to call it a night there in the far southwest part of this line.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Yeah, we have a question. We have a question from Stephen Bragg on YouTube. Is Kings Mountain going to be okay?
Kings Mountain, you should be fine. You're there in Cleveland County, there along the Gaston County line. So, as Frank was saying, these storms back over the upstate and over and towards Rutherford are really diminishing. So, you're still in that tornado watch until midnight. So we'll watch that area, but I'm beginning to think a lot of this area is beginning to get worked over pretty well. So we'll just have to see how this evolves. But as of right now, no imminent threat for Kings Mountain.
Yep. Hydrated Gamer has the question that we all want to know. When is it going to be over? We have some insight into this. The Storm Prediction Center recently released a mesoscale discussion, and the expectation is over the next hour or so, we should start to see this wind down. As we were looking at earlier, we were starting to see these storms move into areas with a little bit less instability to work with, a little less energy to work with. So the SPC does not anticipate local extensions of the watch at this point. So again, the watch expires at midnight. With any luck, we are getting down to our last few warnings, and we'll be able to call it good soon. But we still got warnings on the board, and we're going to be here until it's over. So definitely something to keep in mind there. Frank, you got anything? See your scrolling Twitter sphere there. Anything interesting you're finding?
No, haven't found anything new. They're just flipping through Twitter to see what other folks are saying, and a lot of warnings expiring, and a few pictures here and there. But I haven't found anything truly exciting. And with that, I think I'm going to be signing off for the night. So,
all right,
you gentlemen, take care for what's left of this, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's always good to see you. And then what we're going to do is we're making some adjustments here. Scotty Powell still with us here. Frank Straight signing off for the night. Scotty and I are going to take you through to about 11:30-ish or so, and then we're going to have James Brierton joining us to bring us home. Let me go out to the regional radar real quick, and then Scotty will get you back into some reports. So again, line of storms that we had is certainly not as impressive as it was. Again, there's been a weakening trend. There's been a trend down with the lightning. I have a product on another screen here that's showing me the satellite lightning product, and that has really been has been trending down. So some good news on that front. Let's go back to local here. Let's go back to the analyst, and then Scotty, we're getting some questions in Bethlehem, Sawmills, and Tyson.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, my voice is about shot. Sawmills, Bethlehem. That's Bethlehem is in Alexander County, right there at the Alexander Catawba Caldwell line. So you're in this warning, but it looks like the circulation is going to pass off to your west there in Bethlehem. So just be in your storm shelter. But I think what circulation is left is going to pass just to your west. But you need to remain in that shelter just in case.
Sawmills, definitely. If there's anything here, it's coming by probably right about now.
Yes,
or very shortly.
Yeah, it is. You need to be in your shelter from Hudson, Cages Mountain, Sawmills, Granite Falls, Orchard Hill Golf Club over in that area, Lake Road Hits, Copper Penny Grill. You need to be in your storm shelter around that area. Let's see. I saw a question about the Wilkes near the Tyson chicken plant up in Wilkes County. Wilkes County is in that tornado warning as well. I know whereabouts it is. it's there on Highway 18, and the circulation is really passing off to the east of North Wilkesboro. So I think, again, I'm not overly familiar with it. I kind of have a mind of where that plan is, but that circulation is passing off to the east of North Wilkesboro. So you should start to see conditions get a little bit better there over the next few minutes. So Spartanburg is looking good right now. So if you're in Spartanburg, things are starting to quieten down in the upstate of South Carolina. So that's some good news there.
Mm-hmm. Very welcome for sure. We've had a busy night in the upstate. Pickens County was absolutely under siege earlier. There may have been a tornado.
Gerald sent, when all this craziness was going on, Gerald sent me a DM in Twitter, and let me see if I can read it to you. It was showing a picture, Reese Mill entrapment on Crystal Lane. The house is destroyed. Details as we'll get them. So in that area of Crystal Lane, definitely some damaged homes there. So I'm sure the Weather Service will be out investigating that tomorrow. And as soon as the survey is done, we will be we'll get that information out to you to kind of let you guys know what the results are from that. But Jared, again, watching this system, this storm really moving into Caldwell County again. I think things are starting to trend down, but then I say that I look there south of Marion and we see another little booger trying to pop up, but hopefully it won't be too get too.
Yeah, I mean, it is, it is rotating, and again, the shear is good. The shear remains good. That's not going to be the issue. The issue is going to be the instability and that gradually winding down, but still a good rotation. I mean, it looks like this is actually tightening up a little bit south of Sawmills, and then of course near Marion, south of I-40. So certainly, get that little curve to it. Just ever so slightly. So we'll want to keep an eye on that, but. Again, zooming in, yeah.
I was going to say again I live here, and I'm not saying that I know everything, but I've been looking through the social media feeds, and I've not seen any damage or anything like that. So I'm not saying that there's not any out there. I haven't been privy to any information. No one sent me anything, and I've been looking throughout my social media feeds, and I've not seen any damage. I've heard of a few trees down, but nothing that is really significant. So hopefully that news will continue. Hearing another buzz here in my ear. Let's see what that's for. That's just a continuation for the Wilkes County tornado warning. But again, it's been a very busy night, and we're hoping things will start to trend down here over the next 30 minutes or so, because I think we started this about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and man.
It's been a day, to put it mildly, it's been quite a day. I'm also getting there's just before it goes becomes the responsibility of the Virginia Weather Group, which I don't think exists. I'm looking at Blacksburg's radar. There's a couple weak rotations north of Dobson and one very near the North Carolina Virginia line off of Blacksburg, just south of Canna, Virginia. So again, that's going to move out of there. But I'm looking at the Sawmills and Granite Falls rotation right now that I've got back up behind me. That's looking legit. I mean, that's not bad. The NROT values are just shy of 1. Typically 1 is what we look for like a kind of a more serious rotational velocity there. Tilt up a little bit, and it's reasonably well vertically correlated, but it definitely has been tightening up in the last few scans. So this might be trying to do something. So Sawmills, Granite Falls, absolutely critical that you're in your safe place right now. As in anywhere along Highway 321, either the bypass or the main drag, as this is going to cross there in the next few minutes.
It is. I was looking here on the terminal Doppler as well as you were. And again, if you live in Sawmills and Hudson, Granite Falls there on 321, you definitely need to be in that storm safe place. This would again be moving into the Cedar Rock community next before it moves into the far western portions of Alexander County near Grace Chapel. So Dudley Shoals, also an area in a community in this area. You should be in your safe place as well. So that's Dudley Shoals and Grace Chapel, over towards Hudson and Granite Falls, Sawmills, Bayton, over in that part of Caldwell County. So someone asking about Claremont has a tornado warning. For Catawba County, Claremont is not included in that tornado warning. Hickory, Hickory, Conover, and St. Stephen's is, but it looks like the rotation is going to pass to the west of really Catawba County in general. So I think you need to be in your storm shelter. Just because the polygon's out, and we respect the polygon, but it looks like our main attention right now is Highway 321 there between Sawmills and Granite Falls and Lake Hickory, as this honestly the rotation passing right over Granite Falls right now. So
yeah, it's been tightening, it's been broadening, it's been tightening again. It's all right, so we have an update on I think we have an update on this tornado warning that we're looking at right now. So they have it 6 miles northwest of Hickory or over Granite Falls, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Yep. And Catawba County is out of the tornado warning. So Catawba is clear of that. It's still remaining for Burke and Caldwell.
Yep.
And this will quickly be out of Burke. So probably the next update, they'll take Burke out of the warning. And it'll just be a Caldwell. And I see it's been extended now into that's the other warning that's still ongoing for Alexander County. So
yeah, and that may hang around. That one goes until 11:45, so it's possible that they may let that one just hang around and then reissue. Not sure. Again, we're trying to predict the weather here, not other meteorologists. So that's always something that we want to be cognizant of doing here. But we try to do, we try to give a little insight as to what they might be thinking as far as next moves, and trying to give you all a little heads up on what you can expect. It's certainly something that we are very interested in doing here. So yeah, again, Sawmills right now, Granite, Granite Falls, Sawmills right now. Give it about 5 or 10 minutes and you'll be okay. Hickory, this is passing north of you, so give it about 5 or give it a minute or so, and I think you're going to be okay. Morganton Airport did not shift winds, but they did report heavy rain as this moved by, but no dramatic wind shift. So interesting.
That's good. That's good to know that. Again, looking downstream after this cell gets out of Caldwell County, you're looking back towards McDowell. There is some heavier rain there, but that is actually weakened itself too. So, Jared, I think I like the trend that we're heading in.
Yeah.
As soon as we can get these cells to kind of move out of the area, I think we'll be okay.
And Scotty, the other thing that I think is a really positive development here is that we're not really seeing much in the way of lightning anymore. That is typically when we're seeing lightning, that's a sign of healthy convection. This is definitely starting to, kind of weaken out. I'm looking at the echo tops here. They're only topping about 28,000 feet. They've been pretty shallow storms all day. They only look skin deep, and they constantly adjust their mirrors. But wait, wrong shallow. So again, that's been somewhat of a forecast challenge as well. We're not getting a lot of lightning out of these, but we're seeing that trend dropping. If anything, the lightning that I'm seeing on the GLM, the geostationary lightning mapper hooked onto GOES East, that's all crossing into Virginia now. And that makes sense as the front continues, and there's going to be a little bit better in the way of surface features there to continue that convection there.
We've talked so much that my AirPods have died, so I'm off the AirPods now. That's just shows you how long we've been on here coverage. So
you gotta get the wired ones, man. You gotta get the in-ears.
Gonna have to make that move. Let's see. We have some questions asking about Taylorsville State. Let's do this one first. Iredell. Iredell and Statesville. I think you're good with this. Maybe the far northwestern tip of Iredell, you could see some action, but like Statesville, Mooresville, places like that, you should be good. with this cell. Savannah's asking about Taylorsville. Taylorsville's under the gun. This storm moving out of Caldwell County will move into western Alexander County. Tornado warning is up for the western portions of Taylorsville or Alexander County. I think that actually does include Taylorsville proper. So you should be in your storm shelter as the storm continues to move into western Alexander County.
Right on the edge. Yeah, pretty much right on the edge. We have the warning. We have the circulation. It's crossed 321. So Sawmills, Granite Falls, give it about 5 more minutes, and you'll probably be able to call it good. This is now headed towards 64 between roughly Cedar Rock, Taylorsville. Looks like this is Taylorsville is kind of right on the edge here. So again, when you're right on the edge, I just prefer to just play it safe.
Looks like the Wilkes County tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
Okay.
So that's some good news.
And then there were 2.
Yep.
So
and some news out of GSP. They do plan going to Pickens County to do a survey there tomorrow. So
yeah, if y'all haven't been with us, if y'all are just joining us, we there's certain significant evidence that serious damage was done in Pickens County, South Carolina, from a possible tornado. Don't know what the detail is exactly what that's going to look like. That's why they do the surveys. But certainly something that is very much present on our minds tonight, and everybody there, hoping everybody's all right. That's kind of a scary thing for sure. It's been a scary night for some. Sawmills, you're good. I mean, you're right at the edge of this at this point. You're still in the tornado warning, but the circulation is passing to your northeast. So if you're in Sawmills, I think you're doing okay. I want to check in a little bit on the little storms that could down here. We were a little worried about these, but these have really lost their organization. And that is really the trend that we want to see continue. But we will continue to watch these for the next little bit, just in case. South Carolina, it's not even raining at this point. Much South Carolina. So here's your new warning. We have that Mount Airy storm actually got warned. I don't have a good look at that from there. Let me go to the regional here. I don't have Blacksburg up on a screen, but yeah. So here's Mount Airy. Here's your tornado warning. A little circulation probably right in there. See if I can do a rotation track. Yeah, you've had, looks like this is. Let's zoom out. Actually, let's zoom out on that. I mean, these are the rotation tracks for today, just in the past hour. Where's your front? Hey, wonder where the cold front is, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So there you go.
Goodness, I was looking at storm relative velocity, the helicity tracks earlier today with the model runs, and I can't remember which model run it was, but it really hit what that rotation track was earlier today. I mean, it was in the vicinity. So props to that.
Yeah, not bad. Modeling sometimes gets it right. So I'm being somewhat facetious. So modeling is getting better and better all the time. Let's I'm gonna take another radar view here. This is coming out of Blacksburg. This is Mount Airy. That is a pretty tight circulation crossing Highway 52 business just north of Toast. That's about as good as it's looked. And again, we've noticed some lightning with this one. So Mount Airy, Bannertown right here. It's crossing Highway 52 right now. Again, not much to look at from a reflectivity perspective, but when I bring in the storm relative velocity, that is a very tight couplet. One of the better ones we've seen in a while. Moving across Highway 52. This is going to move into Virginia probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So we expect that this warning will be able to be cut for North Carolina probably pretty soon. But again, this is moving. Let me get the warning details here.
Northeast at 45.
Northeast at 45. So it's moving at a good clip. Mount Airy, you're going to want to stay in your safe place for the next 5 minutes or so as this gets going. But yeah, it's another thunderstorm. Really not seeing much in the way. Let's see if I can't. Not really seeing any debris being kicked up, so that's good news. Yeah, just really busy It's just really
Yeah.
busy. It remains busy for the next little bit.
Reading some of the chat in the Roanoke chat room, seems like was a tornado up there as well. They're going to be doing a damage survey in Virginia, so we'll be monitoring for that too. Not that it really relates to the Carolinas, but it does show that line has produced some rotating thunderstorms. So
yeah, absolutely. So here's your Taylorsville Sawmill storm. Sawmills, I think at this point, it wouldn't. This tornado warning is going until 11:45. It's 11:34 now. Would not shock me to see this be dropped early in much of Burke County, near Hickory. Hickory, you are no longer in a tornado warning. So if you're in Hickory, come on out. You're in good shape. Really, the area that we're concerned now is Highway 64. And again, we're getting a little further away from the radar site here. We're seeing about 5,000 feet up, so we're not quite as close to the ground as we would like. Generally speaking, the mesocyclone is moving close to Highway 64 now. It looks like it's going to split the difference between Cedar Rock and Taylorsville. Bethlehem, looks like it's going to miss you to your north and west. There, this is going to let me do a storm motion update with that, and let me do a storm track. This could potentially get fairly close to Taylorsville. Let's see if this is it. Yeah, this is following that, and yep, Burke and Caldwell have just been canceled. So this is the last one, I think, in GSP's area of responsibility. And again, this is going to go. Actually, I think this is Blacksburg. No, that's still GSP. So. Yeah. So there's one left in GSP. There's one left in Blacksburg. This is so this is moving. This is going to approach Taylorsville in the next 15 minutes or so. So if you're in Taylorsville or just kind of on the northwest side of Taylorsville, I would say I would be watching this very closely. There's still that hook echo there. It's not, again, this is not exactly what you would, if you were watching Twister or something like that. This is not exactly the thing that you would be necessarily looking for, but there definitely is some semblance of inflow here, a little bit of wraparound with that circulation. So looking at correlation coefficient, the good news there is that we're not seeing any debris being lofted, which is excellent news. It's going to be a little harder for us to see. We would need a stronger tornado to see debris being lofted from this point, given how far away it is from the radar. But again, that continues to improve from it's not a tornado perspective. As we go, let's go back to Blacksburg real quick, and the Blacksburg radar north of Mount Airy. This is as good. I mean, that's a pretty good circulation. I mean, this is good as we've seen. It's a few minutes from the border.
Quickly, Mount Airy, if you're familiar with that area, that's kind of like Mayberry. If you've ever watched the Andy Griffith Show, and based off, Mount Airy is Mayberry, but that's going to be moving up quickly into Virginia here pretty soon. So. Want to be mindful of that if you're in the northern part of Surrey County. Again, that tornado warning goes until midnight, so another 25 minutes or so with that. I do also want to say we have that flash flood warning still ongoing for the northern foothills of Burke and Caldwell County. That goes, I think, until 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding on that. They just
2 a.m.
They recently extended that. Yeah, I've just pulled it up here, and we'll do the 12-hour rain to show you why is there a flash flood warning. Well, here's why. You have a flash flood warning. You've had 2 to 3 inches of rain here, and you've had some training of rain, and so that's caused some issues for sure. So there it is. There's your flash flood warning. Goes until 2 a.m. In Burke and Caldwell. Yep,
and again. Just kind of doing some house cleaning stuff there. I see a question about Lincolnton. Lincolnton, you're all clear right now. And I really don't see anything really developing into Lincolnton. I think once we get this cell out of Alexander and Caldwell, I think we'll be doing good because that cell up in Surrey County is about to move into Virginia. So I think we're starting to see the end come, Jared. The starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. So
hopefully it's not a train.
That's right. Let's see. Live in Cheryl's Ford and have business in Valdez. Looks like we are clear for both. Signing off. Thanks for what you do. Thank you for that, Dora. Appreciate that. Everything looks good. I've not heard of any damage, so that's some good news. Emery asking about Granite Falls. The threat has passed to the north in Granite Falls. Everything is clear there, so we are good to go there. So we are watching this tornado warning cell up in Surrey County. It's getting ready to move into Virginia again, probably in the next minute or two. But again, that's a pretty tight couplet there that moved just to the west of Mount Airy, and then it's getting ready to move into Virginia. So be interested, Jared, to see if we see any damage reports out of that area, because that's pretty impressive couplet there.
No, that's a good one, and we're looking about 2,300 feet in the storm too. So that's certainly reasonably low to the ground, and as far as radar coverage goes, especially North Carolina. So that's certainly I mean, you have a little bit of a bounded weak echo region, maybe a little bit here. Let me see if I can tilt up. It's not very pronounced, but yeah, a little bit of a not really the classic donut hole there, but certainly a lowering there. But the most important thing is I go over to correlation coefficient, and it is all the same. It's all hydrometeors. There's no debris being lofted.
And that is good. We do not want debris.
No. The only debris I want, honestly, is debris from the cheese aisle. Right?
That's right.
Baked brie inside like a oh my God, to die for. Put some raspberry on, or put some strawberry on, or something like that. Oh my God. The Carolina Food Group.
I could go for something. Yeah, Waffle House want to bring us something? I could go for
smothered, covered, and something else. But looking back at Taylorsville here again, we still have a circulation showing up. Getting a report now of heavy winds on the Alexander and Catawba County line. So Colin, thank you for that report there. And I mean, that's basically where that rotation is. Or getting close to that. So I mean, that kind of makes sense that you would be seeing some gusty winds there. Let me look at Hickory's report real quick. They've updated at 2253 EDT, so that's a little old at this point. So never mind. And thank you to S Ramos on YouTube for we're glad that we can help you tonight. The beauty of the Carolina Weather Group is that we are locals. We live here. We live throughout the Carolinas, and we are here and we can bring some of that local knowledge down. You should have heard Scotty calling off single restaurants earlier as points of reference. And so that's what local gets you. And we definitely encourage that. This is an interesting development.
No more. We don't want any more.
Unfortunately, Scotty, we have a kind of an interesting development here, but it looks more like a hail threat. Yeah, a little bit of a hail core just southwest of Jonesville here. There's no warning on this storm, but something interesting there. There is some weak rotation, broad weak rotation, about 9,000 feet. Again, this is kind of I'm gonna switch to Blacksburg, see if I can't see it any better from Blacksburg. Oh boy. They may consider warning on this. This is looking about 5,000 feet up. You have a pretty good tight velocity couplet just east of Rhonda, approaching Jonesville. There's no tornado warning on this. I don't know how long that's going to last, because this is north of 421. Let me zoom in on this a little bit more. It's going to approach Highway 77. So Rhonda, Pleasant Hill, Jonesville, Arlington, kind of on the fringes of this. There's certainly rotation here. You see that green? That is the wind going towards the radar site. I'm looking from the radar site in Blacksburg, Virginia. So the green going towards and the red is going away. And so you have this rotational couplet here. So that is going to be something that we are going to need to keep an eye on closely to see if a warning comes out. Bringing James Brierton back in the conversation out in Charlotte, out at the annex this evening, and I think he's trying to get his audio up and running. You're very crackly. I had to put him on mute for a minute. That's just probably the better call here. But yeah, certainly the potential for some hail possibly with this storm. But we're also seeing that rotation here. That is, we're not as close to the radar site as we might want to be in this scenario to determine where that is. But I don't like the look of that very much. James is I think James is still messing with things, so we're going to let him So we're going to let him continue to get all that squared away as we continue our severe weather coverage here. It is 11:43 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina. Scotty Powell with me in Morganton, North Carolina. Brothers in allergies.
That's
fighting
right.
through,
I'm
fighting
hoping the rain. I'm sorry you guys didn't get. I know you got a little bit of rain down there today. Maybe
tomorrow I think is going to be your better shot. It looks like it's when it stalls out.
Definitely the rain was very much needed here to kind of clean out the pollen, pollen storms that we've been having over the last couple of days.
No doubt. All right. So let's okay, so it looks like the warning I just saw a warning drop off my screen.
Yep, from Alexander and Caldwell. So the only warning we have right now is up in Surrey, which that rotation is actually out of Surrey County.
It's out of Surrey County.
And here's the Roanoke cancels Surrey as well. So they're not talking about that storm
Okay,
yet.
so for the first time, and well, I got this thing behind me that I'm not happy about.
Yeah, where is this?
This is
border of Wilkes and Yadkin County. Yeah. I'm looking at the map up above my head. Wilkes and Yadkin.
Yeah. There's Yadkinville. There's Wilkes County. There's your rotation, kind of at that triple point there between Yadkin and Wilkes and Surrey. So this is going to cross. This is getting close to 21 business. There is no warning on this. So first, no, I'm not saying it until I see this thing shear out. I don't trust it. I don't trust this one. But certainly signs of rotation with this. Not as good looking as it was a few scans ago, which I think is a positive. But the rotational couplet here certainly between approaching Jonesville. Kenzie reporting from Hickory that winds are picking up there. That's not surprising. The cold front is actually pretty close, and you may see a wind shift there. So thank you for that report. Again, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, and then if the weather gods spite me, the weather gods smite me. That's fine. There are no active tornado warnings in the Carolinas for the first time in like
a couple hours.
It's been a while, just like that Stain song. So that is good news. Again, I'm a little suspicious of this rotation that's moving into Jonesville right now. But again, Blacksburg has not elected to issue a tornado warning on that. So there you go. Got a question from an RVer. This is really cool. That's goals as far as I'm concerned. They're in Beaufort County. Any chances of severe weather in that part? That if there's going to be any chance of severe weather, it could be there's a marginal risk tomorrow morning, but it does not look like. But again, that's in the morning. That's going to be there's not going to be much destabilization time. So I think you're going to be okay. Certainly some rain. You'll be dealing with some rain on Thursday, for no doubt about it. But I think you'll be okay there. Again, I don't like this, guys. I don't like this look. No, sir, I don't like it.
They're actually just commenting on that. Watching two storms at this hour. One storm appears to be weakening as it crosses the Surrey Patrick County line. Meanwhile, we have eyes on a storm over eastern Wilkes County as rotation remains. The storm continues to drift north and east into southwestern Surrey County. So,
yep. So that's the one that we're looking at right there. Again, not much to write home about, but certainly when we put on the storm relative velocity, the base velocity will just blow your eyes out. So we use the storm relative to remove the forward motion, and to show you the spin in the storm itself. So there's your storm. There's your rotation there. Greens are going towards the radar site. The radar site is in Blacksburg, Virginia, and Roanoke. Reds are away, this is just kind of right there, right over Jonesville right now. Again, no formal tornado warning, but they're watching it.
And we will say we also have a tornado watch
for the same area that goes until midnight. So we'll have to wait to see whether or not they extend that.
SBC said they did not expect to do that, for what
Okay.
it's worth. Interesting call. We'll see. But they said no extendies. They don't anticipate any. You can tell that we've been on the air for freaking ever at this point, right? Saying things like no extendies. So
Yes. Time for Jared to go to bed, I think.
yeah, my OBS web has stopped working. So yeah, I think I think we're at the point where all of my technology and things are telling me to go to bed. But I tell you what, guys, this is still looking. When James is going to pick up our coverage here in a second, but this here is certainly, I think this is the last one that I think that we really got to worry about.
That would be nice. We can all sleep a little bit easier tonight.
No doubt. I'll do one more. I would do. Yeah, let me do one more big picture, James, and let you reset off of this bad boy.
I'm not kicking you out.
Yeah. Well, my back is kicking me out. Yeah, it's been a long few hours in the chair, but yeah, let's go to back to the regional view real quick and again set the stage. There's that tornado watch. I'll fill it in for you so you can see that a little bit better. So everywhere in that red area, that red shaded area, there's your tornado watch. That is going to go until midnight. I just heard Scotty. Chat.
Yeah, it's the cancellation for Patrick County, Virginia. So
okay, so there you go. That's what we like to hear. I wish it would find the cancel part, and I wish it would find the cancel part and not make the scary noise. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. I'm just glad it works. So that's the common refrain of NWS chat at this point. We still have just a few storms left. Again, no active tornado warnings now, but you have a tornado watch here for the next 10 minutes. Not seen any indication that there is going to be an extension in time or any local extensions or anything like that. So I think that is that's positive as the overall the threat is certainly decreased. We are continuing to watch this storm, though, in Jonesville, North Carolina, as I switch back. And you'll see that right there. And again, not really much to write home about reflectivity rise. We go to velocity here, though. We still do have a decent little couplet there. So something to watch.
We'll say that there's some reports of some trees down in northern Alexander County near Mount Olive Church and Robinetta, I think is how you pronounce it, road. So again, that's in the northern part of Alexander County. So.
Yep. We have a question. Is Hickory good? And there's one more storm that's getting close there, but it is below severe limits. It's not looking very organized at this point. It's south of Morganton. Keep an eye on it. But I think if you're in Hickory, again, presuming that there's not a last-second change of plans on this tornado watch, I think you're going to be probably in decent shape tonight.
Here's a storm report we don't see every day. I don't know if you guys read this one yet, but it's from McDowell County.
Just saw that.
North Fork Southern's S line, which, if I'm not mistaken, runs from Asheville to Salisbury, but don't quote me on that.
James is the resident train nerd.
Has been washed out at milepost 101. Trains had to stop at Connolly Springs. This is in eastern McDowell County, washed out due to likely flash flooding. So we got, train tracks. I don't know this particular section, but are oftentimes built up on rocks and things that are packed down. But enough water, enough elements could certainly remove that foundation and then thus make the tracks unstable to run trains on.
James is the resident train guy.
Actually, wait. I'm sitting on my train table. Want me to I can hold up some tracks and we can demonstrate.
Seth is verifying what you just
tornado
said.
Jared, now's your time to go to bed.
So yeah, I think this is it. But yeah, new tornado warning. I'll just read it off and then I'm going to get out of here. But Blacksburg has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Surrey and northwestern Yadkin County in North Carolina until 12:15 a.m. This is the storm that we've been talking about near Jonesville. This has begun to this is tightened up, and Blacksburg has decided to issue a tornado warning on it. It was over Birch or near Elkin, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Radar indicated Look out, Elkin, Fairview, Jonesville. Jonesville probably in the next few. I think this is honestly going to be a little bit ahead of you. I think Jonesville, you're probably okay. Dobson, Level Cross, Crutchfield, and Birch. If you're in any of those places that I've called out, let's get you all into your safe place. Lowest floor, interior room, closet, bathrooms. Bathrooms are great. Love bathrooms for for the roll cage that the plumbing can give you. Let's get in there. This is really coming together, guys.
You can't leave now, Jared. I mean, come on.
Go to bed, Jared. We got it.
So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna let James drive the radar here at this point. I'm gonna turn that on, and I'm going to
thank you, Jared.
sign off for the evening. But guys, you got it from here. You all are in good hands with James and Scotty the rest of the way. So James,
Scotty,
your show, buddy.
The next one to go take a nap. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. Welcome to extended live coverage from the Carolina Weather Group on the Carolina Weather Net. We are watching a new tornado warning just issued moments ago by the National Weather Service out of the jurisdiction of Roanoke, Virginia, but not to be confused. We are in North Carolina. This goes for the next 20 minutes in southeastern Surrey, northwestern Yadkin counties, and this goes until 12:15. The National Weather Service tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Birch or Elkin, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Elkin, Fairview, Jonesboro, Dobson, you are in the line of this potential tornado. It again is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. The rotation just clearing Interstate 77, which runs right about on in here, and the area of rotation again heading off to the north and the east. And right now in the city of Dobson, especially off to the east, you're going to want to head to your safe place. That is the most interior room on the lowest level of a sturdy structure as we watch this potential storm. If you are in Elkin or Jonesboro in the proper downtown areas in the district, that is now past you. But if you are just across Interstate 77 to the northeast of there, again, you want to be in that safe place. Boonville is not technically inside this polygon, but maybe Scotty can do me a quick favor as I operate with a few less monitors in our annex studio. What is this road off to the east of 77 that Dobson runs through?
Highway 601, U.S. Highway 601.
Thank you very much. So Highway 601 right on in here. This is going to be coming your way, that potential tornado, that rotation in the thunderstorm coming your way here in the next few minutes. And so if you live in this area or you know somebody who lives in this area, go ahead and give them a call, wake them up, and let them know they should be heading there to their tornado safe place as the National Weather Service is watching a new tornado warning as we come up on what will soon be early Thursday morning, minutes away from midnight.
Yes, it's been a very busy afternoon. Started with a severe thunderstorm warning that turned into a tornado warning for Guilford and Randolph County, and then down in Abbeville County, then over into Pickens County, and then over the last 3 or 4 hours here in the foothills and the northwestern Piedmont of North Carolina. And so, James, looking at this storm, it's about to cross over Highway 601. And the good thing is it's moving pretty quickly. So hopefully this won't be around for you if you're in this area too long. But again, we need to take those proper precautions if you are in this area, again, along Highway 601, just south of Dobson and just north of Boonville in this area. So you want to be at the lowest level of your home, preferably a basement. But if you don't have a basement, you want to be in the most interior part. So maybe that's a closet, a food pantry, somewhere away from windows. If you have a bathroom that doesn't have windows in it, you could get into the bathtub and make sure that's a good sturdy place. And make sure you have some sort of protection for your head. Maybe it's a helmet, bicycle, football, baseball helmet. It doesn't matter. You just want to protect your head. Most tornado injuries come from head trauma, head injuries. So you want to make sure that is protected, as well as glasses or goggles or something to keep your anything from blowing in your eyes. And also it's good idea to have some good shoes on. So if there was any damage and you had to walk outside, you wouldn't be walking barefooted through some of that debris. But again, this is for Surrey County, and this is the second warning second or third warning, I think, for Surrey County. But again, this is between Boonville and Dobson there along Highway 601. So if you know the area between Interstate 77 and 601, that is where we are watching this storm right now. So just take those precautions as the storm quickly moves through. I will say, though, James, it seems like the rotation has backed off a little bit. So that's some good news over the last couple of frames.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and put this into motion here. I'm curious to see how many frames it's going to try to queue up as we can watch this thunderstorm make its way out of the 77 corridor area. This went back a long ways. And you could see it kind of getting its act together right on in here as it came through the Wilkesboro area at about 11:30. I think you guys were watching it right here on the Carolina Weather Net. And then right about here, as it crossed across Elkin, is when the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning. And so, yeah, we can still see the rotation in the latest radar scan. We're looking from the perspective of Roanoke. It's a little less organized than it was before, but it's still there. And so this goes for another 14 minutes or so. We can't say for sure what will come next, but downstream is once again Mount Airy, White Plains, Pilot Mountain. You guys were talking about those areas earlier. So if you're watching from any of those areas right now, you don't necessarily need to head to your safe place, but just know where that's going to be. If you're like me and you have a lot of stuff in that safe place closet, go ahead and move it on out of the way now. Make your life easier down the line. So we'll continue to watch this. This is the only tornado warning we have in the Carolinas now at midnight, where the tornado watch has been allowed to expire. And so we are just watching a few remaining individual cells. And if I go ahead and zoom on out here, I can kind of show you what we're watching for. So, of course, we have the tornado warning that we've been telling you about here. Again, this is for Yadkin and Surrey counties. That's the only warning. We do have an area of heavy rain right now coming through the southern portions of Wilkesboro, northern sides of Alexander County. If I switched radars, because we are going to have to do that to get the perspective of the North Carolina foothills, you can see where that line kind of extends back on down and does include some heavy rain, again, moving through Burke County, Morganton area where Scotty is, and a little tiny little baby cell right now coming into Rutherford County, and that's really all we have right now. We have a few cells, just a few, that we are watching as they are riding out ahead of that cold front that has been slowly pushing off to the east for the last few hours. This is by far the calmest things have been in the last 3 hours as we are continuing to monitor the potential for severe weather as we head on through the overnight hours. If you're going to be heading to bed, good idea to take something with you, maybe more than one something, to alert you to severe weather. A NOAA weather radio, some sort of app on your phone that will go off if a warning is issued. And if nothing else, if you're up right now and you know somebody in this area, give them a call and you could be a part of their 2-step plan to being informed about overnight severe weather.
Yeah, it's not. I'm looking through the NWS chat here and I'm not seeing any confirmation of any damage or anything like that from this cell. So that is some good news. It's always great to know that there's no damage being reported. So again, this is one of those short fused warnings. We have. Well, let's see what we got here. The continuation of the warning until 12:15, and again, right now this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Fairview, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, Yadkin County, you've been trimmed out of this warning. So now this is strictly for Surrey County. And again, that goes for another 13 minutes until 12:15. So the National Weather Service there in Roanoke, Blacksburg, issuing this warning as it continues. The cell continues to move over Highway 601. So, again, if you find yourself in this warning, you want to be in your safe place, lowest level. This is going to be passing just to the north of Rockford. So, again, if you live in Boonville, you're in the clear. This is north of you. Jonesville, this is out of your area, so you are good to go. Dobson, you're still in the polygon, so you want to be in your safe place as the storm continues to pass over Highway 601. And again, that's the lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, preferably the lowest level interior part, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Most likely like a food pantry, a laundry room, something like that is where you want to be. And you want to have some sort of protection for your head and for your arms and your eyes to keep that debris away from you. So again, this storm moving over Highway 601, and it is almost out of the polygon here. If this storm continues to move north, White Plains, Pilot Mountain, Mount Airy, you would be in the path of this storm next. So we'll have to see if this warning gets extended or not. But right now, this tornado warning goes until 12:15.
We have a question in chat from Iris here asking about Hickory. And here's what I was trying to decide how to word the status in Hickory as I switch back to the radar in upstate South Carolina to get a better view of Hickory. You're not technically in the clear for any... The line's not past you yet, but all we have left right now is some heavy rain over Morganton, and being that that particular cell does not look very strong, that area has been worked over a whole lot, chances are Hickory, you're done for the night. But because I'm not a betting man, I would say give it another 30 minutes before it's officially all clear. We'll watch that one little tiny cell that's left just to the west of Hickory. You can kind of see it right over here over Morganton and Salem. But, again, you're so close to actually being on the other side of that cold front and officially in the clear that I would just give it another 20 minutes.
Yeah,
maybe I'm just not a risk taker.
No, I think it's best to play it conservative, especially when we're dealing with tornado warnings and tornadic systems, and especially at night. It's better to be safe than sorry. So we'll say that we expect the National Weather Service to do a damage survey tomorrow in Pickens County. They put that word out just a little bit ago in the NWS chat. So they'll be sending a team out tomorrow to investigate if there was a tornado that did occur down in Pickens County. So it was some damage there. We heard some scanner traffic, James. So I'm sure they'll find something down there. We'll just, whenever we hear that, we will relay it to you all. But that survey will be going on tomorrow.
And what we mean by survey is that meteorologists from the National Weather Service will go down and they'll play investigator, and they will look at the storm damage. For instance, let's say we had a field of trees, and all of those trees fell in the same direction simultaneously, coherently. That would be considered straight line winds from a thunderstorm. But if the trees are all laying different directions, no really sense to a pattern to them, that's more likely from a tornado, because of the rotating nation of a tornado and those winds moving in multiple directions. You tend to get damage then scattered in multiple directions. Wind is wind. It's not going to make any difference to the people impacted by those storms or other storms what type of weather destroyed or damage their property, but the National Weather Service will go out in order to enhance their knowledge, provide feedback to their own warnings, and that's part of this, right? So it is getting people the information so that they can file their insurance claims and so on and so forth. There's some data tied to that, but it's also kind of then verifying, okay, they issued a warning. Did something actually happen, or did we overwarn? Okay, did something happen and we didn't warn and we underwarned, trying to make sure they are calibrating their operations.
Yeah, and good thing we've not really heard many damage reports outside of Pickens County.
We haven't.
All of the other warnings, we haven't heard of any. I mean, of some sporadic trees down here and there, but no wide scale damage that you would anticipate from as many warnings as we've had this evening. So that is good. We don't want to hear damage reports, and hopefully as we get into tomorrow morning, we won't wake up to that. So we're hoping that that is a good sign that there's not been that many tornado or tornadoes or wind damage reports. So again, looking at this cell in Surrey County, it's about to move out of the polygon here, and the rotation's still there a little bit, but not as pronounced. So this warning goes for another. Let's see, doing math in my head. Was that 7 minutes?
7
Yeah,
minutes.
7
It's
minutes.
12:15. It's 12:08 now. The Weather Service will probably have to decide before 7 minutes is up whether or not they're going to extend it, because that rotation is probably going to be pushing beyond boundaries of this polygon before 12:15.
And speaking of,
Yeah, how'd I do?
Oh, that's the tornado watch being expired. So that wasn't an extension. That was just the watch being expired. So
Yeah, and that does provide a certain sense of relief to a lot of people who maybe were in that tornado watch along the I-77 corridor and through the foothills. But I also will say, the tornado watch is the bullseye. There are still other areas around it, and we had examples tonight of multiple tornado warnings and damage reports from storms that occurred not in the watch. You know what? I think we've gone all this time, and I'm not sure I have verbalized the difference between a watch and a warning. A warning means something is happening imminently, now or in the minutes to follow, and a watch means that something is possible to happen in the hours to follow. Or at least that's how it's supposed to work. And we can say that watch has now been expired, which means that the likelihood, the probability that a tornado were to occur in the eyes of the National Weather Service is lower. Is it zero? Of course not. There's still the chance that something could try to spin up, even though the watch has been expired.
that's good. It's good that the watch is.
You're just very tired.
I am very tired. I was actually reading. I don't want to brag on ourselves, but
that's fair.
I've seen so many positive comments about how people have been watching tonight and how they've learned a lot. So we appreciate that. We appreciate you watching.
We do certainly appreciate you trusting us and depending on us.
There's the new tornado warning. So we've got the extension of this warning that's going to go until 12:45 now. So this is going to be extended out for portions of Stokes and Surrey County until 12:45. Right now, the storm located over or near Dobson, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is going to include portions of Mount Airy in this tornado warning. And not only is it Mount Airy, but Flat Rock, Dobson, Pilot Mountain, Toast, Level Cross, and Woodville. So if you live in those locations that I just mentioned, you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated, so there's no confirmation. There's been nothing spotted, no debris being detected on our radar, but this is enough rotation indicated on the Doppler radar that there is does warrant a warning, and so that's what's going on right now. So if you live in Mount Airy, White Plains, Pilot Mountain, Toast, Flat Rock, you need to be in your storm safe place right now for at least the next 30 minutes or so, as the storm quickly moves to the northeast at 45 miles per hour.
And even if you don't live there, but you know somebody does, don't assume that they're awake and they're aware of this. Give them a call. Shamelessly, I will say, send them this link and let them know that they should be heading to their safe place, the most interior room and the lowest level of a sturdy structure. I'm hoping my mapping system updates the polygon. I've hand drawn it in to get us through the initial bridge here of the data, but this will go right on up to the Virginia border when this updates here on the screen in the next few minutes. Seems like radar scope is a tad slow tonight on drawing out these polygons that the Weather Service has mapped out for them. And so when we see it here, we'll show it to you. But again, we're watching for this. We're also watching for the possibility of some hail with this storm, according to the bulletin from the National Weather Service, of 3/4 size. And that would be, not the biggest, but enough to certainly maybe even wake you up if you're asleep and that starts pattering on your windows. There you can see the update of the polygon. On the left-hand side of your screen, we are looking at velocity. That shows you the intensity of the rain, certainly in a good little bullseye there. And on the right-hand side, we're looking at the winds. So it's where that dark green area and some of the blues start mixing together. This is just south of the White Plains area at the moment, moving to the northeast, and it's going to kind of slip on through between White Plains and Pilot Mountain. So if you're on the north side of Pilot Mountain, you're on the south side of Mount Airy, you're in that White Plains area and beyond up to the Virginia border, you're going to want to be in that safe place. And actually, Scotty, does this include? Yeah, it does. It includes just a little bit of Stokes County. So in addition to Surrey County, a little bit of Stokes County as well.
Yeah, I was noticing Benjamin, Benjamin in our comments says he actually lives in White Plains. So Benjamin, we hope you're in your safe place right now as this storm is going to be passing through you. So you're in the polygon, so we hope you're in that safe place there. I will say I've got the NROT, normalized rotation, and it really pulsed up there and now it's starting to weaken a little bit. So that's good. We want to see the rotation weaken, but it pulsed up there above 1. It was at 1.04, which anything above 1 kind of really gathers your attention. So now it's below that 1.0 criteria, but again, enough there. So if you live there along White Plains to Pilot Mountain, that's going to be Highway 52, US 52, and a little portion of, I know at that, as you get into Mount Airy, that's actually considered Interstate 74. So if you live there, in Highway 52, Highway 52 and US or Interstate 74, you need to be in your storm shelter right now as this storm quickly moves off to the northeast again at around 45 to 50 miles per hour. So you don't have a lot of time if you're not in your storm shelter now. You need to, or in that storm safe place, you need to be there because this storm's going to be quickly moving to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour.
You know, one of the things that gets a little confusing, and I want to point this out in case anyone else's weather app or, you know, whatever it is that you're using to watch bulletins, if you're doing something beyond just watching us here on YouTube and the like, is, you know, it says the National Weather Service has expired the tornado warning for Surrey. That is true and not true because they got rid of the warning polygon that was here. So they canceled that part out. And so thus the automation says Surrey County tornado warning has been canceled. But there's another polygon for the same circulation that is still active for that county. So I'm thinking about Benjamin. I'm thinking about other people who live in other parts of the county, White Plains, Mount Airy, Pilot Mountain, and the like, who might see that and think, oh, I'm in the clear. No, it's just that first polygon that disappeared. We have a second polygon still active for that county, and thus that wording can get a little confusing, in my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely can. And then when you get overlapping warnings, and
that hasn't happened at all tonight.
No, it can get very confusing. So it's good that they are trimmed back part of Surrey County, but the northern part of Surrey County now in this warning. So
still active.
Again, looking through the NWS chat, no reports of any damage or anything. Looking through Twitter, I don't see anything there. So that is all good. We appreciate seeing that there's no damage. So we hope we can keep it that way. It looks like Banjo is a good job tonight. Signing out from Oak Hill, north of Morganton. All is clear. All is clear, Benjamin. Get you some sleep. As soon as this warning's over, I think that's what James and I are going to do. We're going to go get some sleep too.
Yeah, you know, if you're new here tonight, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. That's Scotty Powell in Morganton. You saw some of our partners from South Carolina on earlier. On Wednesday nights, we do get together to talk about weather, science, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. So at the very least, if you're new, like and subscribe wherever it is you are hanging out with us tonight so that you can be notified when new interviews drop every Wednesday. And then we come on the air to do severe weather coverage on nights just like this, where there is widespread severe weather impacting the Carolinas. If you are a Carolina weather groupie, as I like to call them, Carolina weather fans, super fans, then you can hang out on YouTube. We have a feature that's called the Carolina Weather Net. It streams nonstop. It's free. It's like a streaming service for Carolina weather fans. You're probably watching us right now on that simulcast. And so We have an update from the Weather Service. They're still watching the storm that continues across eastern sections of Surrey County. The storm has cycled a bit, as Scotty alluded to, but continues to come down overall as it pushes north and east. But we are keeping with that tornado warning until 12:45 as the National Weather Service continues to track this storm. It is near Pilot Mountain, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It is right on in here. It is right between White Plains and Pilot Mountain. It is sliding off to the northeast, and thus we have a question in chat about whether or not somebody should take cover from Stokes County. I take it. So the warning for Stokes County is not very large right now, and it's just about right on in here. So this area, if I were to measure it, is literally 3 miles in from the county line. So if you live in Stokes County, 3 miles from the county line, north of Pilot Mountain, this warning's for you. If James Spann was here, he would say, that's great. No one knows where that is. Thanks for playing. We are talking about the upper left quadrant, north of Pilot Mountain in Stokes County. And you can see my screen is just updated even to kind of tighten that up a little bit more. It does not include areas like King or Walnut Cove or Danbury. You are not in the county in the warning right now. We're just continuing to watch this area on the right-hand side of that radar image. This is where that potential tornado is. And not too much longer, Scotty. Another 15 miles? Less than that.
Yeah.
You'll be in Virginia.
Yeah. And if the storm's moving 45 to 50 miles per hour, it won't take long at all. Looking at Scuba Diver Marshall asking, he's in Davidson. I'm assuming Davidson, North Carolina, or Davidson County. I'm not sure, but both locations you should be okay. Davidson, North Carolina would be in northern Mecklenburg.
Scuba's also the same one. He said he's from Stokes. Okay, so you're from Stokes, but you're in Davidson right now. Yeah, Davidson, okay. North Carolina, like north of Charlotte. You're fine. There's no more.
Yeah, and if you're in Davidson County, I don't know if you're in Davidson County, you're also good with any storm coverage. So you're good in either location. So
we do that a lot here in the Carolinas. We have counties and towns that share names but aren't in the same place. Or we have a Union County in North Carolina and a Union County in South Carolina, and they're relatively close together.
Yeah, they are. Let's see. He said, I'm an hour from Stokes, so that may be Davidson County. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're good to go. You're fine. I think once Stokes, once we get this out of Stokes County and Surrey County, I think we can sound the all clear alarm saying that things are.
Yeah, because if I broaden this out, I apologize. I just stepped on you, Scotty. But
you're fine.
We've got this one tornado warned cell in Surrey and Stokes County, almost in Virginia. We've got heavy rain back across Wilkesboro. I'm going to switch radars. That last one I just drew, not warned. I'm just trying to see where the rain is at this point. We have a little rain over Lenore, a little rain over Forest City. Was that Rutherfordton County? We had a question earlier about Hickory. Remember, we were watching a little something in here. It slid off to the north. I mean, again, Hickory, you're still this. You need to get. Everyone needs to get on the other side of this line before you're in the clear. But like Scotty was saying, we're not seeing anything as we get into the later hours that would warrant much of a continued threat. I am going to go ahead, Scotty, and pull up our HRRR model run.
Yeah. For sure.
So we can see kind of what might happen again after sunrise, for instance, because this cold front, which is powering all of this, does still need to make it across the rest of the Carolinas. And so while things might be calming down now, we want to give everyone at home an idea of what they can expect in the coming hours. And let's go ahead and get this up on the screen. There we are. All right, so this is our high resolution rapid refresh, and it's kind of the hour by hour. I mean, it's the future cast you see on television. And so as we work our way through, we're right about here, more or less in real time. You can see just really the last of the thunderstorms for this evening moving into the Virginia. Now you'll see we do still have the possibility for one or two more discrete cells to pop up across North or South Carolina as we go through the overnight hours and as that cold front pushes off to the east. That's why keeping those NOAA weather radios are on all night long to alert you to weather are highly important. And then as we go into the daylight hours tomorrow, after sunrise, after we start getting some of that heating back to the atmosphere to help with that instability, I think we could start to see, again, some showers, heavy at times, some thunderstorms popping up, mainly along I-95 corridor off to the east, associated with the cold front that will be advancing on through during those hours tomorrow after you get up. But again, it's always good just to I go to bed every night with the NOAA weather radio on. So after 8 a.m. tomorrow, the Storm Prediction Center has that I-95 corridor to the east in the marginal risk. That's a tier 1 out of 5 foreseeing storms, primarily across the first half of the day tomorrow. That equates to about a 2% chance of seeing a tornado, 5% chance of damaging wind. So Scotty, we'll keep an eye on that. And our Carolina weather net, I started to talk about this before, our Carolina weather net will remain on all night long. So even if Scotty and I are not physically sitting here, we will still have a service up and running for you so that you can see real-time warnings issued from the National Weather Service. That Carolina weather net carries real-time warnings and watches, radars, sky cams, and even samples some of the best of our weekly show. And with that, would you like to do the honors?
Yeah, we're all clear. The tornado warning has been canceled early. So I guess at 12:23 on March 24th, 2022, we're concluding our severe weather coverage for our first. This is our first wall-to-wall coverage day for severe weather, that is, for 2022, James. So we've done several winter storms this year, but our first tornado/severe weather day. So
yeah. I'm hoping it was a good refresher for everyone. I mean, even here on the broadcast side of things, it was kind of stretching those muscles and getting back into the routines, but hopefully you at home as well, putting fresh batteries in your NOAA weather radio, finding your NOAA weather radio, trying to remember where your safe place is, trying to put a system into place to know what you should do. Where is that safe place? We just had storm prediction severe weather preparedness week here in both North Carolina and South Carolina, trying to kind of tell people, hey, we're coming into the springtime, start getting into that routine. And a part of that has been an initiative here at the Carolina Weather Group with the National Weather Service to train so many of you at home. You are already weather superstars. And so all month long, we'll be doing free weather classes here at the Carolina Weather Group with the National Weather Service. And we have one more opportunity for you to join us for the Advanced Skywarn Spotter on Tuesday, March 29th at 7 p.m. It's virtual, it's free, it's open to anyone across the Carolinas and beyond. This is really an advanced class. It's geeky. It's going to be lots of fun. If you didn't take our basic class and you still want to come, you're welcome to. You're still welcome. But again, this is really the next tier, the next step. So if you want to sign up for that, we will put links to that in the chat here momentarily so that you can sign up and join us for that free class. The basic class was so much fun. I mean, you guys asked amazing questions. We frankly went for like 2.5 hours.
Hey, it's like us. I mean, we get to talk about weather and you just can't shut it off. So I'm excited about the advanced class. That's really, you have your basic. And then once you get into the advanced, you kind of get you get to put your hands in a little bit and dig deeper and really get into what's going on in the atmosphere. So, I guess this was severe weather event. I got to take shelter again.
You
it
did.
Seems like we're always doing that.
You do that a lot.
I know.
And not in a bad way. You should do that. But it seems to impact you in particular. I probably just jinxed myself. But you have broadcast live from your safe place way more than I think anyone else at the Carolina Weather Group.
Yeah, and not to pat myself on the back or any of us here at the Carolina Weather Group, but numerous times you guys heard my weather radio go off, and like James was, as James was talking about, it's right here beside my bed and it's on all the time. So we're going to be talking to the guy Bruce Jones, who works at Midland Weather Radio Company, coming up in the next few weeks, and really want to spread awareness about how important it is to have these weather radios, because I don't know if, like you, if I'm in a deep sleep and I have my notifications turned on my phone, I may not hear those, but the siren and the alarm with the weather radio, it definitely will wake you up and get your attention. And that's what needs to happen. And with these tornadoes tonight, warnings, most of them occurred after dark. We did have a few warnings before the sunset, but a lot of these were nocturnal tornado warnings, and people go to sleep, and you want to be able to be quickly awaken if a warning is issued for your area. So it's good to have those weather radios around. So James, I'm glad we got to stretch out the muscles tonight, and thankfully it seems like we did have some damage down in Pickens County, South Carolina. But if that's the only damage that we hear about, that's a good thing, because we had numerous warnings. I was just scrolling on Twitter, and Panovich tweeted that he covered 14 warnings tonight in the weather in his DMA. So
which would not include Pickens.
No, would not include Pickens or the Surrey County, or the Abbeville County, or the Forsyth or Guilford County from earlier today. So at least I can at least think of 20 warnings today that's been issued. So that just tells you, hey, spring is here for the Carolinas. Severe weather season's here.
Yeah, and we can save this conversation for another time, but it was so interesting to see where those warnings happened, overlaid on that Storm Prediction Center outlook, because we had the marginal, the tier 1 out of 5, and we had the slight, the tier 2 out of 5, and you'd have to pull it up to map it, and we definitely got some warnings in that slight, but I think the timing and the clouds and the rain, the way the equation all worked out, we ended up getting most of our activity, further to the west, right? Upstate South Carolina, foothills of North Carolina. Yes, you had the Guilford one. Yes, you had the Surrey one. But really, it was closer to the marginal side of things than it was the slight side of things. And that's interesting to me as well.
You know what was different about my weather today and your weather in Charlotte?
What was different?
We both had rain, but about 2:00, the sun came out here.
Yeah, see, I never really... I saw the sun at sunset. It's the only time it really got clear. We started to get by 3-4 o'clock. We started to get some of the lower clouds clearing out, but it wasn't until sunset until the sun really came out here. So yeah, absolutely, we had less time to heat up that atmosphere.
Let me see. I don't know if you guys can kind of tell off my phone here. There we go. I think it's looking. That was a picture about 4 o'clock today. There was hardly a cloud in the sky. So
very, very different than what I saw in Charlotte.
Very different. So, and I think in this area, the Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, we saw those clear skies for a lot longer than you guys saw in the Charlotte metro area. And it seemed that that's where the severe weather hung out this evening, was in the western part. So.
We have a question from a viewer here who has been with us on and off, I think, for most of the night. Hey, Carolina Weather Group, do you do streams for tornadoes in the Carolinas and other states? So we produce content for weather nerds that is applicable beyond the Carolinas. For instance, earlier tonight, we taped an interview that will air in the weeks ahead about next-gen television and how it will allow new tools and mechanisms so that if a tornado warning is happening in a county I don't live in, I can keep watching football on TV while maybe Scotty's seeing live tornado warning coverage that's impacting him. So that's something that, although is going to be produced by the Carolina Weather Group, that interview would be applicable to anyone who watches television across the United States. When it comes to live severe weather coverage, yes, we specialize and we keep ourselves in the Carolinas because that is our backyard. So while I hope you like and subscribe to us regardless of where you live, that's kind of the way we do our content here at the Carolina Weather Group.
Yep. And like Jared said earlier, we all are local. We live either in North or South Carolina, and we pretty much have almost every corner of the both Carolinas covered, with local knowledge and stuff. And that's the way we like it here. So now James would know a lot about North Georgia because he went to college there, but necessarily me, I don't know that much. I know about Atlanta, and that's about it. So
yeah, I mean, and I guess that's worth saying. We do spill a little bit into Georgia, a little bit into Tennessee, a little bit into Virginia. If there's something happening in a border county that's applicable,
yeah, we'll talk about it, but we're not going to go do a forecast for Macon, Georgia, or severe weather for Jacksonville, Florida. So.
I say this with love. If that question is, are we Ryan Hall? We are not.
No, we are not. We're going to keep to the friendly confines of the Carolinas here because that's just you gotta focus on what you're good at, and we're good at the Carolinas, so that's where we keep it.
Speaking of, if you want to get to know us a little bit more, Scotty and I are going to wind down our live coverage, and if you're watching on YouTube, stay tuned. You will join regular scheduled programming on the Carolina WeatherNet. It's the place that we built just for you, Carolina weather fans. Non-stop live weather, featuring skycams, radars, and real-time warnings from the National Weather Service. So if one does come out during the overnight hours, it will scroll in a red bar, not too much different than that one right on in there, which, by the way, since I referenced it, that is alluding to a flash flood warning that goes until 2 a.m. for Burke and Caldwell. 2 a.m. flash flood warning for Burke and Caldwell. That ticker will remain up all night long on the Carolina WeatherNet, alongside the best of our weekly show, including those newsmaker interviews. Yes, as of right now, there are no tornadoes in the Carolinas. And while we can't completely rule out one during the overnight hours, we're fairly confident that the likelihood is low enough that I will say we will touch base again tomorrow. Bid you farewell. Let Scotty go get some sleep. And thank you all so much for trusting us here at the Carolina Weather Group for providing you with severe weather coverage tonight. I hope you will come on back on a less severe day when we can geek out. Had lots of fun on that interview earlier today, Scott.
I kind of missed those fun snow shows we did. It was a little less stressful.
We did hours of snow, and that's just fun. Me sleigh riding and making snow angels and trying to figure out whether it's rain or grapple or sleet. That's fun. So see you later as well. Good night, Scotty. Good night.
Good night.
Stay tuned on YouTube. The Carolina WeatherNet is coming up next.